Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome. I hope you are all doing well. Thank you for being here. It is our Foxhole Friday, and this is The Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. And I am your GM, troopersjp, and I'm so happy to have you all here with us. Thank you, everyone who waited for tech. There have been software updates, and they have broken some things, but I fixed it. And you should all be able to hear everything, I believe. And I should also be able to hear everything, which was not happening a little bit earlier, but it is happening now. So thank you, everyone, for being here. It is lovely. The first thing I can say is we could not do this without you. You being here helps make everything better. It gives us that sort of charge of knowing that there's a group of people in our chat who will give us info and also tell us what's wrong with you, and then make snarky comments and then make us laugh while we pretend not to laugh, but then we do. So thank you for being there. And if you would like to support this show, you can do so in the RPGs on the channel by giving tips and bits. And if you do, I will read those tips and bits at the end, whatever messages you have left. But all tips and bits go to help pay for the cast, because I have got this great cast here. And if you notice from last session, I made many of them cried, and they sometimes need to go to see a therapist for what I've done to them. So, you know, that tips and bits help pay for their therapy costs. And then, what else? So also, you can also be a member of our Patreon. Our Patreon, which is over at Academic Foxhole, that's a monthly and $3, whatever, and all of that also goes to help pay for our cast. Or if we get any, if there's any extra money left over, I might pay myself. I haven't done in like 2 or 3 seasons, but if it happens, then I get to. Otherwise, it's most likely going to go to maybe art commissions or other sort of things we might need to make this show excellent. And you can also go to our merch store, which is at Fourth Wall. I believe the link will be in the chat. And Fourth Wall will go, and we have great merch. That's really neat stuff that I quite adore. Also, while we're live, you can actually gift merch to other people. And if you can go into Fourth Wall, purchase an object as a gift, and then a giveaway will pop up in our chat that people can then, enter for. I think with enter. And then, then you get like, people can have like what are like our awesome Gamblers notepad, which I use a lot, and also other things. Let me see. So that's merch. Join our Discord. All of you on YouTube, I see you. Thank you for commenting and hanging out with us and subscribing and liking and making comments. All of you are much appreciated. But I think that is, I think that's all of the preamble. It is now time to amble, because we're not in the post-amble yet. We're just in the ambling part.
Ramble.
We're just ambling. If I would like to introduce my amazing cast. I have the most amazing cast, and I don't care what anybody else says. It's true. There have been scientific studies done by scientists who do science and University of Oslo. And they have done objective science studies that prove that this cast is the best cast in the entire world. It's science. And Lindy sometimes says that there is no University of Oslo, but we just don't need to talk about that. I would like for each of my players to say who they are playing. And I'm going to sort of say, hey, where we're at, but who are we? Where are we playing? We're going to be picking up a little bit of timey-wimey stuff, but we are on the day. This is the day that the Gambler arrived on site. So in the flight logs, you know what day you arrived. We're still in that day. And it has been a long time. When everybody else probably shows up, we're going to pop in a little bit earlier, but when we get everybody, I'm probably going to just see if anybody has, because people are going to be hanging out on the ship. If anyone has anything to do in this evening. So I'm going to ask you all who you are, who you're playing, and imagine that we're in the evening part, everybody's gotten back from escaping terrible people or whatever. And, what are you looking forward to eating for dinner? That's what I want to know. So let us start with Greg. Greg, who are you? Who are you playing? And what is your character looking forward to eating for dinner?
Absolutely. Hi, everybody. My name is Greg. I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey here on the illustrious ship and crew known as the Gamblers. What does Doc? What is he looking to? He's not eating at all. This, if anything, his dinner shall be of the liquid variety, and it shall be like a mad rush to get as much of it down his gullet and into and processed by his liver as is humanly possible. So. Hide your grain alcohol, everybody.
So here's the thing. I, as the GM, have nothing to say other than, that sounds about right. But I imagine other people might tisk you in character for how you take care of your health. And I can only imagine a couple of people who might be doing that, actually many. Terrica might be one of them. I'm just saying there might be people who might have some questions about how you take care of yourself because they care about you.
I don't want to take agency away from any player or GM, but I can say this, that if anybody would happen to know what Val has been through over the last couple of hours, I think excessive drinking might be a giveaway this time. Maybe.
Should have some broccoli. Yes. So speaking of what people have been through for the last couple of hours, Ari Ventures, tell me, who are you? Who are you playing? And your character, what are they excited about eating for dinner?
Well, hello there. I'm Ari _Ventures. I play Terrica. They are, they would just introduce themselves as Terrica. That right now they would not talk about being a pilot. They would not talk about their lineage. What would they eat?
By the way, I am taking notes, just so you know.
Perfect. Well, food isn't really on their mind at all right now, and we already know how well they take care of themselves sort of generally in terms of sleep and eating. This is a thing that they have done. I would not be surprised if they also, like, I think they would not probably fall into the entirety of the bottle, but they might drink tonight. But I don't, like, if they were gonna, food, just, I don't think food is really on their mind at all.
Uh-huh. How about somebody who I know never drinks? Cord, I know your character doesn't drink, so I'm going to just go to you because I'm going to assume that when I ask you to say, who you are, and also who you're playing, and then what your character might be looking forward for dinner, you're not going to say, like, cigarettes and whiskey. So, Cord, who are you? Who are you playing? And what is your character looking forward to having for dinner?
Hi everybody, I'm Cord, or Mythomatic. I'm playing Baron Severance, or Corsair Admiral Lord Captain Baron Severance. I think he is... What is he looking forward to for dinner? I think he's looking forward to an actual Drinaxian meal. Just like the culture that comes with it, and just there is not many memories are his, but food, of course, and taste is always something a bit more like nostalgic, especially when it comes to like his Drinaxian comfort food, which usually is like a bit bitter or strong for other people of the universe and or galaxies. But I think like I'm just thinking like it's full of preservatives, like not unlike an IPA. We were talking about IPAs in the green room, so that's probably on my mind. But like not unlike an IPA's bitterness, but also that's probably because, and that's the acquired taste because of the preservatives that they need to put into it, much like an IPA.
Yeah.
So I think that's
and probably
sort of
also the kind of they have those hydroponic gardens, but I imagine this is like the kind of things you have to put in to your hydroponic gardens in
Yeah,
order to grow
right.
stuff probably
Yeah,
is
you
gonna
know, like
leave
the
a
smell of the electronics of a computer, like
yeah,
and like imagine that, but like that is also just the subtle taste of the food
yeah,
because it's all from a hydroponic garden. So
yeah,
it's like that is just like a taste that just comes with the food. Or like
yeah,
having water in like a like the tri like tap water from the tri-state area. You're like, this tastes different than normal water. Why does this have a flavor? That's sort of like the same. I feel like that is 'cause I grew up or I didn't grow up.
yeah,
I was born in Connecticut, and every time I like go back to that area and have some water, I'm like, oh wow, this reminds me of when I was a baby. So it's just sort of like that's
yeah,
the
yeah,
same sort of I think thing that's happening here
yeah,
uh, with Severance is he's
yeah,
just enjoying the the comfort foods of these weird flavors of
yeah,
either like lab grown food.
yeah, yeah. And probably quite a bit of I
And
imagine there's a lot of spicing to
yeah,
like
yeah,
it's like
yeah.
to
Which
cover
also acts
bling,
like a
right? So it's,
right, which also acts like a preservative. Yeah,
it also
exactly.
acts like a
Salted and
person. So I
seasoned. Yeah,
imagine
exactly.
yeah.
So
So I
a lot
imagine
of
it's a very
jerkies
kind of a
too. Yeah, that you have
yeah,
to like wet. Like there's a lot of like,
yes,
oh, you have to dip that in the sauce, or you dip that into the drink. You're supposed to dip the jerky into the water, and then you let it
yeah,
rehydrate in your mouth. It's a wonderful
yeah,
experience. You have to try it. And you're like, this is what? This is
yeah,
jerky. And you're like, no, it's not. You've got to have it this way. Like those sort of things.
yeah. Yeah, and I also imagine, uh, by the way, any other folks on Drinax can also, pop in. But I also imagine that the plating's amazing. Like it's this thing where you've got these kind of strange, like hydroponic foods, pre-constituted foods,
Lead
dehydrated foods, all
plates.
sort of fit up. But like the whole plating's amazing, right? Like, and
Yeah,
it's like because everybody's a noble, so there are these kind of like
yeah.
markers of like luxuriousness, but the food is like an MRE in certain ways.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah,
so kind
exactly.
of like
Like the food is
yeah,
like less than,
yeah,
and like less than par than you would probably notice from somewhere else.
yeah.
But I think the presentation is amazing. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I think that's a really good call. Yeah, and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
this is a polished turd I'm eating. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I would also imagine since this is the floating palace and they have some of the best knowledge and they had the best cooks and all of that, that they're very polished. The turds are very polished. And I imagine to sort of yes and you about these special flavors that they have in the course of the last 200 years figured out ways to make this palatable to their new palate, right? So I imagine it's not like, oh, this kind of sucks. I imagine it's actually for somebody who grew up here and this is their food culture. This is actually really amazing in certain ways, but I imagine other people are like, "Ooh, this isn't is that mustard? Okay.
Yeah. 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 You put mustard in the water? Okay. It's not water.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. What is it?
Yeah.
Oh, don't ask. Okay. All right.
Okay. All
Nutrients, you
right.
said.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah. Just enjoy the nutrients, okay? Exactly.
Yeah, so I
So I think
imagine
it's
there's
just
some kind of
he's
like
enjoying the
interesting
meal.
mix there.
And maybe,
Yeah.
yeah, and maybe he is like when they get the food, maybe
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe the food is like delivery, like there's someone who's
Hmm.
like ding dong
Yeah.
at the like cargo bay of the
Mm.
ship, right? Or at the
Hmm.
airlock, ding
Hmm.
dong, hi, I'm here for
Hmm.
the food. And they've
Hmm.
got a bag of food from Drinax here on the
Yeah.
palace, or maybe
Yeah.
in a cart because they're nobles. And
Yeah.
we are like dining in, but we've ordered
Yeah.
out. You know what I mean? We got
Okay.
Drinaxian takeout.
Yeah. Oh, well, we're gonna have Drinax and takeout tonight. We know it.
Yeah, I think
But
that's it.
I think
And
we
I'm
have it.
loving
So
it. I'm
speaking of,
excited.
oh,
Yeah, and I think
oh,
it comes with disposable plates that have like templates or like lines where you're supposed to place the things. So when you get
yeah,
it, you have to
yeah,
then build the
yeah,
plate, the platter yourself.
yeah.
And a
Now I
lot of
don't know
people
if
don't,
those
but
all those
Drinaxians do.
disposable things are then always reused because
Yeah, right,
everything is
right. Yeah, exactly.
everything is reused. Everything, they're very good at recycling and upcycling because
They have to be
they have to be. But I imagine it's
because
like a lot of
they don't have
oh,
money to buy anything else.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
yeah.
we have
But
gold and
speaking of people
recycling
who gold, diamonds, and
and
recycling.
recycling.
Um,
That's us. That's Drinax.
that's Drinax.
Yeah,
Uh,
What more could you
Oh, I
want?
love it. So speaking of takeout, I feel like when I think about taking out, I think about people who take out other people through assassinations and murder, and that makes me, of course, think about Lindy. Lindy, who are you? Who are you playing? And what is your character looking forward to for dinner tonight?
Hi, I'm Lindy, Laughful of Lindy, and I will be playing Quint Vesper, the former Soleimani spy and Cirque du Soleimani performer. Um, Goodness, what are they looking forward to for dinner? She's not really sure where dinner is going to be had today because we just got to a new planet, but things have been intense, a little weird. So, if on the ship, of course, the same thing as always, an incredibly well balanced and nutrient rich uh, dinner with extra protein. And if not, finding out what Drinaxian food is like.
Um, I can't remember what it was called. Soylent Green was that kind of like tech bro
It's
nutrient shake
people.
that people became popular for a while. It was like you can just drink it for every meal, which is clearly not a good idea.
No,
I
Soylent Green
imagine
is
there's a lot
people.
of, but no, there was a product that happened a couple years ago called Soylent Green. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was called. I think it was just called Soylent. I never had it,
Soylent,
but I
yeah.
think
Yeah,
like,
Yeah.
Soylent is different than Soylent Green, Trooper.
is it? Is it? I feel
I
like
don't
maybe it's not.
know.
I
I
don't
don't think it
know.
is.
Just saying. So I feel like there's a lot of nutrient dense food. I think on Drinax. Our lovely the Harlock is not going to be here today, but the Harlock will be called away to a meeting with the prince, and we can discuss that. Also, I made a link for our NPCs. We have an NPC slideshow on Google Slides, but let us begin a bit. We're going to before we draw back the curtain. Let me say, I'm going to need Quint here in a moment, but I will say this. When last we left our Tagonists, they had arrived back on Drinax. The Harlock and Severance have been here for about a month or so, laying the groundwork, sort of setting up things, meeting with folks, doing the things you need to do for politics. And when the Gambler, our main ship, arrived, there was immediately an assassination attempt. I would say attempt, but it was successful. Terrica's mother, Lady Hill, and not blood father, but sort of the father that they grew up with, Lord Hill, were both assassinated. And in the process, Terrica found a dossier, a surveillance dossier compiled by Lady Hill, all about how Val is the worst and how she suspects Val is doing something very dastardly and malicious with um, Rudolph Rucker, this person from Asim, Val's home planet, who nobody knows except for Lady Hill, who figured it out, and the crew have figured it out, is actually Val's father, Ruby, because it looks exactly the same as the AI Sue, which is messed up. But don't worry about it. It's fine. You know what? Val's not messed up. Val's fine. Val's fine. Just drinking the alcohol for dinner is just a sign of like the taste. So that's just what that is. But Ruby picked up his son, took him to a place where they're staying to go and plot their plan, which would involve finding some way to make sure that the marriage between Terrica and the Imperial Duke Hendrix, who's here, does not go through because Ruby has other plans for Terrica. Val was not doing well, was kind of shutting down and disassociating and kind of freaked out. And Terrica came and they saved him. And the two of them were able to escape, leaving a decoy, Sue, behind to distract, for now at least. For now. Because that's not going to last forever, Ruby. Meanwhile, we also have Severance and the Harlock trying to figure out, like, what has been happening on the ship while they were separated. Because Corrine's not there anymore. Where did she go? Evan's like, I need to talk to you because I'm leaving. So there was like, what has happened? And they learned about Terrica having really bad withdrawal symptoms from the psionic drugs. And then also, side note, that they stole the psionic drugs from Severance. And, you know, they had a really sort of heartfelt conversation about them worrying about each other and what happened and the choices they made, and they were able to convince the Harlock and Severance were able to convince Evan that they would fly him to a planet that is in a better spot to drop him off, if he wants to leave. And he's like, okay, right. So I'll stick around until we get to a planet that's a good one for me to leave. Then I will go. But I'll stay here for now until, we get to a planet that's an appropriate one for me to leave on. We don't know how long that will take. But that is currently the moment. We have also, I think, one of the most important things that Severance did last session was that he spent all of his luck, all of his resources, all of his contacts, all of them. Like, this is like a big deal to make sure those 3 children could get on some different ship to be taken back to their home area.
Get out of here,
space.
kids. That's right.
not on this ship. But near the end of the last session, this was a sort of a parallel moment. Terrica needed to draw on a lot of energy in order to make it so that Sue could convincingly look like Val, a corporeal being. And there was almost no way to do that. However, the sort of a core seed of Lady Hill was placed inside of Sue. Lady Hill is Drinaxian, and that left a little bit of a seed of Drinax into Sue. It was Terrica chose to embrace their mother for this moment and allow the planet to channel through them and into Sue and allow this to happen. But that moment also allowed Drinax, who had been shut out of Sue last season, to be able to reach out and in that moment, right, being brought back for a moment, sort of like the connection rebuilt, and reached out to Severance and said, please come. Come to me. And the planet is calling. This is where we left off, but this is not where we are going to begin. We're going to begin with Quint. Quint was not present for the awkward conversations. I suppose that is useful for some people, I guess. I'm sure Quint is happy not to have been there for all of those terrible things. When we last saw Quint and the Harlock had gone off to the hospital to go and make sure, that the Harlock was taken care of. I believe Quint sort of stayed with them to make sure everything was fine, and then the Harlock had to go back. And so let me ask you, after you had made sure that the Harlock was okay, sort of taken care of, and was heading back to the Gambler, what did Quint do?
Quint would head back to the Gambler, taking the scenic route, the very scenic route. Because this is the first time I've been on Drinax. First time Quint's been on Drinax.
Point of order.
Yes.
I just asked this because I actually think it might be another reason why you might have gotten back a little bit later. There was a body of a shopkeep.
Yeah, there was.
Did you want to do anything with that?
I would definitely want to take my shots out of it, my little darts. I would remove my 2 darts. 3 darts.
Right, because you did have some...
Yeah. They're pretty nondescript darts, but yeah, I'll take out the darts.
So when you come back in, of course, there's a bunch of stuff happening on the upper floor because you come back right pretty shortly afterwards and you're investigating. They're investigating upstairs where the sniper was. And you're able to get back into, because you sort of hurry, you're able to get back into the shop that nobody yet has connected to the assassin.
Mm-hmm.
And retrieve your darts. Is there anything else you want to do in this place before you leave it? Because you have a person who's been murdered.
Yeah, I don't want to implicate myself in any of this. So I wouldn't want to linger for very long at all. But a little cursory look around never hurt anybody.
This will be intellect and recon. That's faster than
not
investigate, which
Oh,
is
investigate does take time. Yeah.
yeah. It's like keen observation, detailed analysis. You would use investigate for forensics, but you're doing a sweep.
Yeah, I just don't think I have the time for forensics. Also, I don't want to get too into things with my hands, my fingers, and because they're gonna do forensics in here. So sweep would be better. Jack of all trades, it is then. 6.
A 6? No. You need an 8 for
darts.
this.
Yeah.
Right. So you pick up your darts.
I think I might need my luck for other things, so I'm just gonna tweezer, get my darts out.
And you head out. Now, as you head out, you can hear, right, there is like clearly an investigation going on.
Oh, yeah.
You can't hear everything they're saying.
I'm not hanging out.
But it will only be a matter of time before they come for you. I don't mean that in a murder way, but more like you're prime witnesses. So they're going to be coming to speak to you all sometime soon.
Yes. So before that news gets out, and I got a little free time, I would like to just get a feel for the place. Since I'm not with anybody off of the Gambler, I'll be able to get a genuine reaction from the actual people who live here. They're not going to be biased by me being with anybody important like Terrica or Severance.
All those things are true.
Just gonna kind of get a feel of the vibe, the culture. I heard there's an art gallery here or something. That'd be interesting to check out if I have time.
So this place, I'm going to just show our, that's what I want. Pardon me. I want this. Show our map of the floating palace for the chat to see, for our viewers. It's this pretty massive place. It is huge. It is golden, or gold plated at least. Gold brass, there's a lot of that, sort of a mix. The walls are embedded with diamonds. Like, it's just like diamonds everywhere. It is excessively fancy in that way. There are some things that I would say. This place is, imagine a palace like the Taj Mahal or something just so impressive, but 40,000 people live in it now. So all of these things have been reworked and reorganized in certain ways to fit in a huge number of people who cannot really easily live there. So what might have been a nice sort of palais for an ambassador now has like 5 families living in it, right? So it's and you've got things are sort of all stacked up on each other in interesting ways, but it is also quite beautiful. But it's this weird mix of like the most beautiful thing ever, but then also like a market stall at the same time. But this is Drinax, and Drinax so as you know, you're Solomani. The humans from Terra went off into space and
sure did.
Discovered the first Imperium, and then they invaded it, took it over, and destroyed them, and founded the second Imperium. Great times. Upstarts out of nowhere, find the second Imperium. The thing is, they tried to do a democracy that spanned like a polity that takes 2 or 3 years to get from like the Senate to the edges.
The bureaucracy can be troublesome at times. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, like fast reaction can be troublesome if you have to vote on like.
Yeah.
Do we send our troops here or there? It'll take 5 years before that. Anyway, the whole thing basically, and like there's banking problems. The whole thing collapsed. It was terrible. And the collapse
Tragic.
of, well, it actually billions and billions of people died. Trillions of people died. Stars died. Planets died. It was actually really bad. Stars didn't die, but planets died
Tragic.
because the entire place only works with like trade because there's so many planets that you cannot live on without outside support, right? There are very few planets in charted space that are what we call Goldilocks planets, where you could actually just live there. They're very rare. I mean, there's some, but many of them you have to have outside stuff. And when everything collapsed, when the Soleimani Empire collapsed, a lot of people died, and a lot of things just went to chaos. And out of that chaos came the Sindalian Empire in this little pocket of the charted space. It's kind of like a bit of a nowhere space, the Outward Void. And the Sindalian Empire sort of rose. They became very despotic, pretty bad. They fell, and out of the old Sindalian Empire came Drinax. The old Sindalian Empire didn't actually last very long. It was only around for like a couple of centuries, but Drinax survived for 2,000 years. And Drinax, the old Sindalian Empire, and I'm telling this to lead into the art. There's a reason why I'm telling you this. The old Sindalian Empire happened because in this part of space, the Trojan Reaches, there were just a lot of pirates and raiders, right? You have these sort of separate, and disparate and isolated sort of planets trying to survive, and then just raiders. Many of them were Vargar, by the way, just raiding and pirating, and it was very bad. And so planets banded together. They created a union. It became the old Sindalian Empire, and that empire was basically all about defense and then expansion. They became very big, and then very despotic, and then they murdered a lot of people. A lot of people. Well, they didn't like it when people decided they wanted to leave the Sindalian Empire, so they then would take asteroids and then have asteroids hit those planets, so those planets would not be livable for 1,000 years, or they'd use custom-made biological warfare to destroy everybody. It was real bad. It didn't work out very well for them. But when Drinax rose right out of these rubbles, and they lasted 2,000 years, they had a very different vibe from the old Sindalian Empire in general. I mean, they had some bad rulers who were despotic and terrible, but they were not trying to, they came into a place that had already been somewhat sort of settled. And what Drinax did in the end was that they were in between these two now empires, the Aslan and the Third Imperium that had now risen by this time, they were the buffer between them. And what they did was that they were the ones who sort of secured the spaceways. So all the trade would come through the reaches, and they would make sure that there weren't pirates and it was safe to travel and trade in between. And they also took a very healthy chunk of trade tariffs.
Of
so
course.
Drinax, of course, became this exceedingly rich place. Not super big, but very wealthy, with a number like 10 or 12 planets. And one of the things that sort of marked Drinax is that they were really interested in culture and art. They were really interested in preserving culture and art from the very beginning, but then also, like, this actually became, because of the destruction and death at the end of the old Sindalian Empire, Drinax became part of the culture to preserve all of the sort of the arts, those things that have, they wanted to build the Library of Alexandria in certain ways. And they had a practice wherein it was the greatest honor that you could have to have your work of art be accepted by the monarch of Drinax and be installed in the palace or on the home planet itself. So in this planet, the floating palace, you have to imagine, let's say that you are a craftsperson or an artist, a scientist, an engineer. You are one of the best hands or minds or hearts in your generation. And you have trained for years to be the best at what you do. You studied under masters. You honed your talents with endless practice. And you produced amazing works, combining wild genius and perfect technique. Maybe you're a dancer. I don't know, like the Cirque du Soleil, for example. I mean, not that your character would know anything about it, but you do this work, training, studying, until you are ready to make your masterwork, your legacy for all of the ages. that would never be forgotten, would be preserved if it were good enough. And then you worked so hard to create this masterpiece. And maybe it takes you 10 years to do it, and you are sleepless, you're obsessive, um, just work, and you just live and breathe this thing. You do what you can. And many people would just shut themselves off and ignore the outside world. Others would be supported by their family. It just sort of depends on how it goes. And then you are driven by that fire in your soul to make this amazingly beautiful thing. And then finally, when you're done, you present it to the king or queen or regent of Drinax. And they then decide if this thing is worthy of being held in the palace, which, please note, is a really, really well-defended place. Like, this place still has survived. Like, if your work is in the palace, it will be preserved, as was the thought, for millennia, right? This is the greatest honor. And so, if you think about this, right, between all of the possible fields of creation and study, there are basically like scholarly works here that are the most genius things ever. You have sculpture, you have paintings, you have weaponsmithing, astronomy, molecular biology, all the fields that exist. Assume maybe in every generation you might get a dozen masterworks in various fields. But in every generation on a single planet. So each planet might get about a dozen of these. That would be good enough. And these masterworks are things of such staggering genius that people will remember them for centuries. You know, it's the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It's the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. It's the crystal caverns of the planet of Nar Thal, right? You know, these amazing things that are done. And each of these things, right, about a dozen for each generation, from one of about like 10 to 30 worlds in this sort of area of influence. 10 to 15, 15, 20, depends on what era we're talking about. All of these worlds owed fealty to Drinax. And for more than 50 generations, the best would then offer up their best art, science, thought, dreams, hopes to the palace. And so, you know, the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, the Taj Mahal, that's just like the average baseline. So then there are maybe 20,000 of such staggering works of genius, art, beauty, science, thought, philosophy that are all crammed within this place that you walk amongst. And with, again, maybe 10 times that much in like lesser treasures that came from all across charted space, from all across the stars. Because people, even outside of the sphere of the Drinaxian influence, would sometimes want their things here. So there might be over there some amazing sort of beautiful psionic painting that came from Zodani space that most people don't really see what it is because it seems like a blank canvas. But if you have psionic abilities, you're like, oh, look at that amazing thing. Or a sculpture that uses anti-gravity beads to create something that moves and looks. I mean, just the kind of things here are staggering. And then, of course, they also, when this old Sindana Empire fell, they looted a number of things from those worlds to save them, basically, right? So there are things from thousands and thousands of years ago, 10,000 years old, things from, you know, just all over, and all of these things are in this palace. So when you walk through, and this is a palace, so you're walking through rooms, right? You can see like the open stars over the force dome that protects it, but you're walking through rooms, you're walking through this place, and it's like when you walk through, you're taking your mosey. It's like you're being hit in the face with a fire hose of Baroque beauty, like just everywhere. It's just, and because of what has happened, sometimes they're not even in places of great honor. They're just like in the corner. Like you're walking, and right there in the corner is like this famous statue that might have been, that no one has seen for like 7,000 years, just in the corner, like one of the hallways, there it is. And like, so where do you, this amazing artist, what do you look at first, right? And there are not as many now because it's very difficult for space reasons, but they still try to keep some of the viewing rooms. There are these rooms that are kind of like movie theaters, but they are like fully holographic and AR, so you can go in put in your headset, and you can see a dancer who was one of the most famous Drinaxian dancers, but from the planet Torpal from like 700 years ago, and see a hologram of this person, but it's also kind of in your mind, so it feels very realistic. See a dance, like their dance, so the dance, the Night of the Fawn, this famous thing that this artist came in and like brought this dance there, and you could go and you can see this dance. And you've got like an onyx floor inlaid with a map of the subsector made of artificial diamonds that are lit by hidden lasers that perfectly match the colors of every star. And it actually also moves based on where it is. You can just see it's like sliding. You've got sounds of music happening in various spaces, some of the most gorgeous different types of art from different centuries and different styles, depending on where you are. Scents. Some of the best parfumiers have created sort of artificial flowers that have the most scents you've never smelled before, that are just obscenely amazing. You've got Hiver-centered sculptures imported, right, at great expense from the far side of charted space, closer to where you're from, actually. You've got the first printings, right, of the entire works of the Sindalian poetess Xing Zazoha, right, just in a bookcase there. But the bookcase itself was carved from the living heart of a genetically engineered amber plant. And the vaulting ceiling you have is like decorated with animated holograms of the 7 glorious deeds, the 9 celestial virtues, and the 8 seasons of Drinax, right? So you get all 8 of the seasons of Drinax, you get all, and it's just up there in these amazing holographs. And it is so much, right? It is so much. It is so beautiful. It is so rare. People think this place doesn't even exist anymore. Like, this is the collected art, knowledge, and wisdom of a couple of thousand years, but even further back. This is one of the greatest repositories of art, knowledge, science you can imagine in this place, and nobody comes here anymore because they think the entire place is dead. But also, in the midst of all of this, diamonds everywhere, this beauty, it's absurdly overcrowded. There are sort of cats that wander around everywhere. And in that one beautiful ballroom, there's actually just families living there. They've been converted into sort of housing for like about a dozen families in that one ballroom or that one feast hall over there. And you can see kids, and they're playing, and they're playing catch, like, and they're climbing on one of the most rare statues of all time, playing catch with each other because it's just everywhere. And then, I mean, when this place started, there's only 20,000 people who lived here. And now they've grown up to about 45, almost 50 in this one place, all together. And you notice all of them seem to be, it doesn't really matter what they're doing. Everybody's working in some way. Nobody's not working. Everybody's doing something. And you will see somebody who seems quite fancy, and they're working the hydroponic garden, right? It's just, there's a lot of scarcity. There's a lot of formality and ritual. Sometimes as you walk, you might see somebody else come upon somebody else, and they kind of do like a bit of a dance step that seems to be a bit of a challenge, right? There are all sorts of like highly sort of complicated greeting rituals, how you move your body, how you move your hands. It's all very sort of noble, but then they're also taking out wash and recycling at the same time. It's this sort of strange mix of like basically refugees who are in a place that trade does not come to for the most part, and they're barely hanging on, keeping all of the life support working in the midst of all this great art. You've got this space where like every plumber, everybody, right, is part of this elaborate Baroque, noble aristocratic sort of life, but all of them are also working with their hands. It's about the size of a city, small city, I suppose, all made of plasticine, corbamite, diamonds, brass, gold. There's just endless mazes of hallways, monumental chambers, and sprawling towers spiraling up. It's all very, very, it's very Art Deco, Baroque, Rococo, really. and it's walking through it. It's a mix of the sublime and the absurd at the same time, right? You've got the bathrooms, for example, like they're bathrooms. I suppose public bathrooms because it was once a palace, and the bathrooms are all made of silver, right? Shimmering silver with delicate fountains, sculpted by microgravity generators in the walls, in the shape of nymphs and dolphins, and there are baths large enough in these bathrooms that you can drown in. And as you get into one of these baths, if you wanted to, a lot of public baths in this space, right? They will sing to you, like singing will emerge from the water as you go into one of these big baths. But the thing is, the floating palace is no longer visited by water barges from below or anywhere else. So all the water is replenished by water that's collected by the people who live here in buckets, right? So they collect rainwater, then they have to filter it because it's all very toxic. They filter it out so it's usable in barrels, and then they fill these like luxurious fountains and baths, right? And they have to fill in the ornamental lakes and the reservoirs by hand in these ways. In the palace, it did at one point have like over 100 ornamental gardens with plant life from all over charted space, but no farmlands, right? So you've got gardens and hydroponic gardens, but no farmlands, besides the hydroponics. The planet itself at one point in time had factories and minerals and infrastructure, but of course that's all on the planet's been destroyed. So now they have 100 palatial galleries full of art and ballrooms, but no factories. They have a few small workshops because, of course, the palace, you would need to have workshops to sort of maintain things up here, but so they can maintain, and they have all of the knowledge and all the blueprints, and they have everything you could ever need, but they don't have steel, right? They don't have factories. And you see people in starched military uniforms and ball gowns and glittering jewelry, but you notice they don't have a lot of vac suits or engineering overalls, and really, there are only 2 docks, and they're not huge. So they don't actually have a lot of ships either. And as you look, you see the most beautiful place, but also people look hungry. You have these stalls, but the stalls themselves, as you watch, nobody has money. So it's all mostly a barter system. But if you look and you watch, also there's kind of not exactly trade either. There's only 50,000 people. They all know each other, right? So it's like they're these kind of they're more like redistribution centers than they are really a market if you look, except for Ranchando's Bazaar. There is a market here, a bazaar. And this is, and as you're walking around, you see it. Ranchando is not from here. You can tell by his accent. And he has got this bazaar that actually has goods from off planet. He clearly imports stuff here to sell. And you can see if you peruse or if you walk by, he's got things like filters for the hydroponics, things that they need so they don't die, right? Sometimes nicer things, but they've
And I'm sure they're expensive.
Well, if you happen to notice, what you notice is that people here don't have money, right? So people come in and they give a priceless necklace made of pearls and
so it's
coral.
expensive.
It's very expensive, and that's all they have to give him, so they can then get like a rack of food, right? Now, luckily, since Drinax has taken a seam 20 years ago, they're actually getting food in pretty regularly from a seam, so that's pretty decent. So that part has been taken care of in a pretty good way. But all the rest of the stuff that you need to run a society, they can't make it. And he is happy to sell stuff that anywhere else would not be that expensive. But
like that 35 credit water filter is one priceless family heirloom. Yep. Yeah.
And you might think, well, why don't they just get ships and go, right? But
because they don't have the ships.
They don't have the ships, right? They have a couple, and they don't have the vac suits, right? They don't have those things. You would have presumed, you would just have to guess, that there probably was an actual high port that was not the floating palace back in the day, maybe even more than one. They actually had actual real starports that could build ships and all of that, right? But those were all probably destroyed in the war. And what you have now is basically the private docks on a palace for ambassadors, and it is a very strange thing to see people. You know what it's like? It's like ballroom dance in a certain way, right? That over time, the dances get very stylized and slightly exaggerated because that's kind of like your entire life. But all these people work with their hands too. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a very strange thing. You will also note the mood is tense. As you wander, there are some whispers. There's some violence that happened. Clearly, people are keeping that information kind of on the down low at the moment, so it's not necessarily out, but there's some whispers. And what you hear is mostly panic, worry that maybe somebody might have died. And this seems to be something that people are very worried about, that anybody might die. Seems to have people very, very stressed out. People are like, no, I'm sure that's not the case, right? So you get like a lot of rumors, gossips, whispers about well-being and safety. They seem to be very concerned about that in this place. There's a lot of hope that maybe things will get better. People talk a lot about what they'd like life to be. But you did, I should say that sometimes when the thick, weirdly like reddish clouds clear, you can see below you the planet of Drinax itself. And not great. The clouds, you realize, are actually kind of dust clouds still that probably, I mean, really what happened was the Aslan dropped asteroids onto the planet and completely ruined the atmosphere and everything for a very long time. And then also a lot of nuclear warheads. And it was just, it's really bad, actually. A lot of dirty bombs, plasma weapons, disease bombs were also dropped on this planet as well. Yeah. So, I mean, just basically it is twisted metal, dirt, radiation. There are biological weapons. I mean, you know, you've not been on the surface, you can't see it, but from where it is now, it doesn't look great. It
Doesn't
looks
look great.
brown, green, and gross. It looks
My surveyor skills are
not.
saying no.
Oh yeah. Oh, you were a surveyor. Oh, my friend. Oh, you were a surveyor for a couple of years. I'm
I
so
was
sorry.
a surveyor. Yeah. It looks
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. Oh, it looks real bad. It looks like there might be parts of this planet that may never be habitable again, actually. Somebody came in and decided to do a scorched earth. By the way, there are almost no Aslan on this place. There's like one, like there's like an Aslan dude that hangs out.
I'm so surprised.
They're not necessarily, I mean, it not only did the Aslan destroy the people, they also destroyed the planet deliberately and with malice, right? So, and not just this planet, but lots of the planets around here. So, you know, they're not really, there's not a lot of friendliness there.
I'd imagine not.
And you know, because you flew in, this is in this jump shadow of the star, which means it's about 20 something hours to get here, which means people just don't come here to trade. Also, they think this place is dead. So it's this really weird, sad mix of some of the most amazing, and also the technology is off the chain. The things you've seen, you don't even have that on your home planet. Like, the technology here is some of the most advanced technology you have ever seen. It is impressive. And when Severance said that they can make you a new arm, you do not doubt it for a second looking at the things around here. But materials are a bit of a problem.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Yeah. You did want to give me a roll, though, if I remember correctly,
Sure, yeah.
for checking out the people. I remember correctly.
Yes. Get a vibe. See, because I'm not with any of my buddies right now, or not buddies. You know, I'm not with any of my acquaintances from the Gamblers, so they shouldn't really have any preconceived notions about me right now. I'm just kind of, just
Mhm.
getting a feel for the vibes of people here. Because half the ship's been a little hostile and half the ship's been neutral to friendly. So, I'm like, what are the people of Drinax like? Uh, what
Yeah.
are they talking about besides this incident? Maybe. Um, what role
It's
would you
very
like?
clear to that this incident has been not it's not out fully, but people are like, oh, did something
No.
happen? Like, oh, right.
It reminds bits of this remind Quint of the Cirque a little bit because everyone's working, everyone's got tasks and jobs.
You know, there are kind of some weird similarities to the Cirque, actually. I
Yeah,
mean, it's very, very different in some
weird.
ways.
It is, but some weird, uncanny similarities. Yeah,
Also, in the ways in which the Cirque is also like a something out of time,
repository
right?
of knowledge at a time. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
knowledge, art, science. Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yeah.
So some weird
So,
nostalgia with some
yeah.
overwhelmedness and trying to feel things out and being like, what are my impressions of this place? Yeah. Um,
hmm
what would you like me to roll?
Well, I'm going to ask you that. Um, we want a social skill to suss out people's thoughts and feelings, what you got
Yes.
going on. We have different things you could roll.
Mm-hmm.
Probably social standing, unless you're going with intellect. Like if we're schmoozing or like, observing.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple different skills, different kinds of things you would get. Diplomacy versus carousing versus streetwise. All of those
Yeah.
things would get you slightly different vibes.
I think I want to go. I don't have diplomacy, so I'm not going to go for that. I think I want to go for either
Also,
streetwise or carouse.
mm-hmm. What would you pick? They give you different things.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet they would. Um.
Mhm.
Let's see. 'Cause Quint does know that they should probably check in for dinner, so they don't want to take too long. So I'm gonna
Mhm.
go for streetwise rather than carouse because I know carousing takes more time than kind of more,
Yes.
observational stuff.
Mhm.
So social streetwise.
Yes, please.
Okay. 9.
Ooh, a 9. Okay. That's
I'm
good.
streetwise.
You are streetwise. I'm going to have to give you 2 different bits of information, if you don't mind.
Okay. Let me get my notes. We're good.
So, people talk, right?
People do love to talk.
People talk, and you over-observe. You're kind of like hanging out. There are a couple things you pick up because you're actually kind of be spending a little bit more time here than you thought you did because it's a little bit overwhelming.
Yeah.
You pick up a couple of things. One, you're an outsider, and everybody knows it. When I say that, I mean this place
Everyone.
is. Everybody knows everybody, right?
Yeah.
They're not hostile. It's just that they note it, right? They note that you are not one of the people they know, or from one of the families they know, that you have clothes that are different. They just note that you're not from here. Again, it's not hostile, but they are almost always aware of if somebody's not from here, and they respond in different ways. Like as you're walking through, some people are wondering who you are, right? I mean, let me put it this way: everybody wonders who you are, but they wonder in different ways. Some of them thinking like, "Oh, are you a trader? Do you have trade goods? That might be interesting. Are you?" Because some ships have come in, and there's like always a little bit of like, "Oh, who might that person be? Are you somebody who might be bringing us something exciting? Are you a person that maybe we should not be talking about certain things around, or like, who are you?" Right? And so there's like kind of like a sense of, "Hey, do you know that person? Do you know somebody who knows that person?" And never hostile because they tend to, because that's actually rude. They have politeness, but they do find you. There's like an interest, like when anybody who
I'm a
comes into a
novelty.
small town, you're a novelty, and some people will like seek you out and chat with you, find out where you've been, and Some people will just kind of watch, and like there's like it's like you've got a couple of hours when all this is happening.
Sure.
Also, you're going to note, so besides the fact that people are aware when anybody who's not from here is here, just baseline, you know that everybody knows that. You do get a sense that there is something called the underlinth, kind of like you rolled well for
Okay.
your streetwise. The underlinth, they are the access passageways for maintenance. They're basically like an underground, like under this city, there's like hatches to underneath where you would like follow tunnels to get to other places to fix things. And you get a sense that that is a place where if you were going to do something that you didn't want people to see, in a place that is very, very packed and maybe a little minorly sketchy, secret meetings or whatever, that might be the place where you would go. Or if you wanted to travel from part A to point B without being seen, that also might be the way you would go. However, there are probably other people who are down there, so you probably you know how there might be people who would go down a dark alley at night, and other people would never go down a dark alley at night.
Yeah.
And the people who go down dark alleys at night probably are people who would be okay going down a dark alley at night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. The underlinth is like that, right? A lot of people just never go down there; they have no need to, unless they have to do the maintenance. But other people might go down there for other reasons. You don't get a sense of necessarily like murderness because, again, it's a very, very. The society seems to be very careful about everybody's health and welfare. There are people who are dreaming of going off, making treasure, and bringing it back. One thing you do not get a lot of is people wanting to leave. You don't get a sense of people wanting to abandon this place. You get a sense that maybe they might go, but then they're always going to come back, right? Then they might love to have a ship fly out there and then come back, and like there's like a real strong sense of belonging to a place that's dying, right? And that's probably partly why it is. You did hear somebody gave a rumor that Aslan pirate hunters cannot detect you if you hide in the upper atmosphere of a gas giant. Is that true? Nobody knows. But like, there's like a little bit of talk, and it seems also a bit like, oh, maybe. That said, there is something you pick up. Well, a couple of things. One, there are some dignitaries here. That seems very exciting. There's like an imperial dignitary here. Everyone's pretty excited about that. There's gonna be some big banquet. I don't know if you know this, but Dr. Val Morrissey has been given some kind of award from Asim for doing great deeds, and there's gonna be a big banquet in his honor. And so everybody's really excited about that, and they want to make sure. So there's some dignitaries around. So there seems to be like a bit more people from off the palace who are here at this point in time. Then there are those other things that sort of like whispers that seem to be kind of a deal. And you gather from wandering around and listening that this place has got a king. The queen is dead. There are two heirs. There are two children, a prince and a princess. What you've gathered from wandering around is that the princess is the younger child. By quite a lot, actually. Like the prince is probably maybe 20 some years older or something like this. Like there's like an age gap. But little things you pick up, it becomes very clear that the princess is the heir, not the prince. And then you start realizing that the prince was not well. The reason why the prince is not the heir is because he was in a coma
Oh.
for the last
That'll
20
do it.
years. And many people thought he was just going to be dead. Like he was not coming back to life. He was just dead. But apparently they've been working really hard in the Scholars Tower and the hospital to restore him. And they're very careful not to say too much about this, but there are people who thought that things like after the damage he had, we thought there'd be no way he'd ever come back, right? And so from these conversations, you get the sense that he only came back recently. He's only been awakened for a very short time. And less than a year. And also people have not seen him much. He's not been visible, right? He's not been, like, when they've had, and so people are, you're getting some of this because people are wondering if he's going to show up at the banquet or at the wedding that's coming. There's a wedding
Ooh,
coming.
wedding's coming.
And
That's cool.
oh yeah. There's a wedding coming. There's this banquet coming. So there's some kind of big events. They seem to like to have events here, perhaps, but normally it's just for themselves, I guess. But they have people outside, so that's pretty exciting. And there's some discussion, like the imperial ambassador's got this people, like all this stuff going on. But they're wondering if the prince will show his face for those events, since the vibe you get is that basically almost nobody has seen him, but maybe once or twice since he's been awoken from his coma. And this is a society where there's almost no privacy, right? And everybody sees everybody all the time. And so there's clearly some sort of unease about that. And one of the things that you pick up, and this is going to be because you're an outsider, you notice as you move through, being a little bit streetwisey and stealthy, that conversations around the prince stop, but not necessarily when you walk by. You're an outsider. They're not really paying attention to you in that way, but you get a sense that there might be some tension or something around the prince's reemergence. Like, some people are very excited that he's back, and they're hoping that maybe that will mean that, like, maybe he will, I mean, he was the heir, right? So maybe he'll be the heir again, because he's the oldest one. And those conversations stop when other people walk by who are also from Drinax, right? So it's very clear that there's a kind of like it's not, the Drinaxans are not talking to each other about this, right? The people who are sort of thinking about maybe the prince maybe should become the heir again are clearly not sharing these thoughts around most Drinaxians, but you can tell that there's some kind of underflow of the prince's reemergence is causing some kind of feelings in some people that they would prefer not to share with other Drinaxians, but they don't really pay that much attention to you when you sort of walk by. But there's a vibe, right, that is lingering underneath.
Lot to take in.
Oh, but there's going to be a wedding and also a banquet.
That sounds exciting. I bet we'll be forced to attend
Yeah.
both.
It's this place could very easily die,
Oh yeah.
right? This place is on the brink of extinction. You don't know how long they have that they can keep doing this. Do you know what I mean? But yeah. So I will ask you, where do you linger? Right? There's all this art. Where do you linger?
Probably with the augmented reality section to see the more physical arts that were managed to be preserved, those dances and performances. Because all the other art is fantastic, but that can quickly get a bit of sensory overload. So you know,
absolutely.
probably like walk through and be like, wow, okay, listening, kind of bouncing between paying attention to the art and paying attention to what people are saying, and then actually going back to where that little augmented reality section was and like flipping through some of those things, seeing what is there.
So surprise,
Seeing
surprise for
how
you.
wide of the variety. Yeah.
It's not exactly augmented reality like you've ever experienced before. You are in a theater, physical theater. You could feel it, right? And you see this sort of, it's like a Vargar dance duo, and they're doing this really amazing sort of dance that also involves sort of like grunting, sort of like throat singing. It's. I mean, you're actually there. You're not anywhere else. You are there, and it is real and it is corporeal and it's not just augmented reality. But could you tell me what the seats are like?
Ooh. Since this is Drinaxian, I'd imagine they had to capture this thing here. No?
No, I would like to know when you think about like
Oh, a
the
theater.
most the most
Quint
amazing theater you've. Mm-hmm,
when Quint thinks about a theater, it's gonna be the Cirque
mm-hmm,
du Soleimani. It's gonna be
mm-hmm,
very comfortable. Um,
mm-hmm,
what's the word I'm looking for? Ergonomic, almost.
mm-hmm,
Seats, but
mm-hmm,
adjustable for different species. So
mm-hmm,
you know adjust
mm-hmm.
it to human setting, and then you got height and things, and you can. But it like kind of molds to you, so you don't have to think about it. Um, and it's very plush and soft, probably made out of silk rather than velvet.
Yeah, yeah,
So there's not as much distraction on that sensory level. It's just
yeah,
smooth and cool. Um,
yeah.
Probably a darker navy blue color
Mm,
with swirls of green because Terra a little bit,
yeah,
but mostly
yeah,
blue. Um,
yeah,
and little hints of wood accents and metal accents where the joints and the things that would be adjusted on the seat would be. Um,
mm,
and lots of little individualized booths, almost like an opera house.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. And it's at that moment you realize that you're in the Cirque's theater on home, watching this dance that never would have been there,
Never would have been.
right? But this is, you know, that theater so well. You know the feeling
So well.
of of like the fabric, right? And it is all of that. And
The
you can be here
controlled
for
movement of air.
hours. Oh,
Yeah.
the smells, right? The way the lighting happens.
Mm-hmm.
It is all completely authentic. It is all completely real. It is what it is. But you're seeing all these dances that from all these places. And you can be there for hours enjoying this moment. It's everything. It is profoundly beautiful. And there's no sense of falseness about it, except that part of you is like, I should not be in the Soleimani Theater, right? Like in the Cirque du Soleimani Theater. That's a
No.
little bit
Yeah.
weird, right? That's a little weird, but other than that one kind of weird glitch, um, but it makes you feel very comforted and at home, right? Like that's the
Probably
vibe
makes
or the
Quint a little
intent.
emotional. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, how Quinn actually takes it might be different, but this is everything that your subconscious wants it to be, is what it is.
Uh-huh.
Um, Let me put it that way, right? The dance is being brought here, right? But the place that you exist is exactly what your subconscious thinks of as being the most comforting and enjoyable theater space to ever be in.
Yeah. That would definitely make Quint pretty emotional. Try to keep it in, but again, there's this weird dissonance between going, this is real, but it's not. I know it's not. But wow, it really
Mm-hmm,
feels like it. And so probably
mm-hmm,
tear up a
mm-hmm.
bit, but try to
Yeah,
keep it cool. A heart rate would definitely be elevated.
yeah,
Uh, and then there's this beautiful performance happening on top of everything,
yeah,
which, yeah,
yeah.
no, Quint would definitely be having an emotional moment.
After however many hours you spend in this place, when you're
Probably a
done,
couple. Yeah.
couple hours,
But then
you
pull
wake up.
myself away because I know I've got a
Then you are
dinner.
aware of waking up, actually.
Oh,
And you realize, I would like a couple
uh-oh.
of roles for you.
Oh
You have an
no,
option.
okay.
hmm hmm You can give me any kind of tech or science role if you like,
Okay.
anything like that. You can also give me art or performance. That's a different sort of thing altogether.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a choice of basing it off of education for the things you've learned, intellect for the things you've observed, or for no reason, psionic strength, whichever one you would prefer.
I would like to do intellect.
hmm
Can I do electronics computers?
Absolutely. hmm Ooh,
11. That's really good, actually.
11. That's very, very good. Um, as you sort of come to and you realize that there are electrodes on your temples and on your head, and that you realize that like you're not quite certain how you got here, like because you remember going into the place and like sitting down, and all of a sudden you're now in like you were in a reclining chair now, and like you're waking up.
Yeah.
That you have been asleep,
Oh wow.
and
Oh.
looking at the machines near you, you realize this isn't VR or AR the way that you've seen it done before, which is never completely realistic, actually. That they're actually using your own subconscious to build the world around you, so that it is completely like you are basically dreaming, but they're able to interface. It's like, imagine the holodeck, except they use your subconscious for it to happen.
Yeah.
Um,
Wild.
it's wild. It is technology that you have not seen before. But I'll tell you what, you notice there are people here, and it's a tricky thing. This could be very addictive if you had your entire society destroyed, and you needed to escape.
What? That's so weird.
But nobody has the time, right? So, and also they don't have room for everybody here all the time, right? And they also have to
They don't
make food. So it's a thing that is clearly something that is very valuable. Time here is very valuable. People are probably going in here to remember their family and their friends, gardens. If you wanted to, you could walk through the planet of Drinax before it was bombed, and just walk through the cities, and like you can do tourism this way. That's not the great art. You mean you went to the great art, but they also just have being able to
Simple
walk
things.
through simple things. And you see people, some of them are crying, right? They're asleep and they're crying, as who knows where they're walking at this moment. But this is a kind of a technology that you have never seen before. And it is tapping into your unconscious self to generate these things.
Fascinating, but a little scary.
It is whatever you would want it to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Check the time,
But-
because I don't know how long I was in there.
You're late. You're
Oh,
late.
Huh.
But because you have the electronics, those recordings actually are being beamed into your subconscious as you're dreaming. So those things are not. You did not make up
Make
that
up
dance.
the performances. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't make up the performances, but they are able to integrate. They're able to integrate these outside things into your inside subconscious, your dream self.
Cool.
Mm.
And then I rush, because I'm late.
Yes, and so
Power walking.
power walking. As you come back to the gambler, I think that you probably would have gotten there shortly after Terrica and Val return, because they had to book jet out. So Terrica and Val, you have come onto the ship, right? Because you had to get away from where you were at. And where do you go first as you sort of come into the hold of the gambler? And there's the swimming pool and the grebes, which, by the way, maybe you could use grebes on Drinax for food. Anyhow, where do you two go? And by the way, Severance is on the ship. He's upstairs. You're in the hold at the moment. As the whole crew is there, well, almost the whole crew, but, not all of them. Kareed's up.
I have a quick question. Isn't there an airlock access panel on the air quote roof of the Gambler?
Let's see.
Wasn't there like a service one close to the bridge or something?
Oh, I don't think so, actually. I'm going to double check, but I'm pretty sure that is happening. No, the access port. I'm going to double check. I want to make sure.
If it's not there, I just don't remember.
I'm double checking it. Actually, the airlock, no, it's down on the lower level. I'm going to bring you there. There is what you might be thinking of is the elevator, basically, right? There's an elevator that will take you from the bottom to the to the upper level. The upper level is actually pretty small. So here we are. This is your upper level where all of your quarters are. And the airlock 11 is down here, right there on the bottom, right actually very close to the low berths. So your airlock is down here. I wanted a focus ping. Whoop. And right down there, and there's an elevator, like an elevator tube, that will get you up to the top level, which brings you up there. But there's no access to the bridge from the outside. Yeah, you have to go through the entire cargo hold to get to the bridge, so that if you were pirates, that you could shoot them.
Oh, right. I didn't think there was access directly to the bridge.
Yeah.
I thought that there was we had a port up there. I just can't. It was a mistaken memory I had.
No, but I like to bring it up again to remind folks, like there's
Well, then the sequence of events would be the following. Assuming that the amount of Sue that I have could open the cargo bay door, because we are in flight right now. So there's no stealth involved with this either, because there's no way that he can go stealth, and it would basically be like Terrica is flying through the city. So it's
just like pouch style.
Right.
Now, I will note that people note that you're flying, but it seems you've been here. There are the Star Guard; they fly around a lot, right? So it's now you're not in their uniform and all that, but having people fly around this massive city is not necessarily the weirdest thing. So it's not like you're drawing undue attention, if that makes any sense.
I think there is
so you don't
one
necessarily have to stealth.
I think there is one point, like after they get far enough away from the tower, where Terrica like lets go with their top hands and just sort of like extends their arms and just like just pure delight, and then like reconnect in with Val and hold tight.
Val has cameras all over the suit, and so as soon as he would look at the one that would be facing Terrica, as soon as he would see them like put their arms out, he would like throttle back. He would slow down just enough to, give them as much time to, because this is what he designed. This is all the secrecy, all the horse shit that he had gone through. Well, one, he was Right, he was cannibalizing the rest of the suit, so that was...
Which he's not really said yet, but that's fine.
That's a little part of it, honestly, because Trooper and I talked about it, but like the main part was he was getting this all ready so they both could, fly, they both could. So at this point, whenever he sees them enjoying that is probably the only thing, and I'm not even sure he's aware that he's doing it. It's just like there's something in his mind that says, oh, they like it, slow down, and his just... baseline just throttles down the suit a little bit so they can have a little bit more time in the wind.
Yeah, I don't think it was like
point of order,
intentional thought.
Just a little outside meta comment. I'm just going to note, hey chat, see, this is how Val gets in trouble. Val does things on the down low that look super sketchy and is super secretive, and everyone's like, Val's being super secret, but it turns out he's making this really nice thing, but it looks real bad because he does these things in a secretive way, and people are like, why are you being secretive and sketchy? And it turns out he's making this really nice present. But oftentimes Val does things that just look real bad. Just noting it. Continue on.
And sometimes Val does things that are real bad, and they have no
there's also murder
gift context to them, or...
There's just, sometimes just murder.
I mean, Trooper, I appreciate you, singing Val's praises and trying to redirect, but Val is a shit. So, but I mean, this is one of the things he's less shitty about. So yeah, he would.
I can stir the pot all sorts of ways. I'm just saying, sometimes you can one way,
you can stir a delicious stew, or you can stir like brutal gruel. Yeah, right. Gotcha. So he's going to just, he'd throttle back, but at this point, Val is, I'm not even sure like how well he's working. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure like how well he's aware of what's going on. This is basic instinct right here. The fact that he's flying for the first time in the suit probably is the thing that is taking all of what limited focus he has. It's drawing all of it into that. So the rest of him is just running on history, is running on
And
emotion, is running.
you don't have Sue to help you with the suit, so it's all on your own power, and you are better at vac suits now, but you're not as this vac suit's a complicated vac suit. You know what I mean? It's like and you don't
He
have
doesn't
extra
have
help, so it's
power
just a
steering, right?
little- Yeah, you don't have
We
you don't
did
have power
some
steering right
training.
now, basically. Yeah.
Right.
No, and you have the skill now. It's just that this is a high tech vac suit, and you don't have power steering. So it's like when you have Sue with you, it's fluid. You know what I mean? Like everything is like you walk like there's like an ease, right? And this is just like it's a lot more work, right, to get all the pieces moving right and to maneuver. You're doing it. It's just you know that Sue's not here right now, and you feel the difference when you don't have Sue.
Right, and that's a loss that is weighing on him quite a bit. And again, this is it's such a give and take right now for just Val's awareness, just his comprehension of his surroundings, because he he had reached a point where that was that, and he had made a decision about continuing, and to be pulled back from that by the images of both his mother and then Terrica appearing and literally saving him. It's not that he's shut down. It's almost the opposite. It's almost like the mind is trying to figure out where to go, and so it's going everywhere. And it's just trying and just prodding at all of the different parts of his brain to try to get something to fire other than just life support, which is where he is right now.
Yeah.
And so with that being said, he would probably inadvertently use the ARM code that has just like not even Sue's essence, just like Sue's like data code in it, that he would throw and open up the cargo bay just enough for them to slip in, giving enough space so he doesn't clip Terrica off when they fly in or anything like that. He's aware enough. In fact, he's probably more aware of Terrica and their body than he is of his own in the suit. So it's almost like the center of his universe is 2 feet behind him as opposed to inside his own skin.
I think. Oh, I was gonna say, as soon as they get inside, Terrica will scramble off, and they're gonna come around to the front and just be checking in with Val to try and get him out of the suit, to try and get him upstairs and clothed. They're gonna take off their jacket.
The minute you get
that.
The minute you get in, I have to interrupt you now because you're moving upwards. The minute you get onto the ship, Severance, the computer pings you.
Yes.
Now here's the thing: most of the time when the computer pings you, it's Sue, right? That's been for a long time. Like when you first got on the Gambler, the very first time you did, it was a kind of a generic computer voice. But then very quickly it became Sue, with a little bit of patching things in there. And the computer, who normally is Sue, alerts you as the captain, the admiral. But it's not Sue. It's now that generic computer voice that you first started with. Admiral Severance. Crew members Terrica and Dr. Morrissey have boarded. And then it shuts off.
Thank you, computer.
You're welcome, Admiral. It's not as fun as Sue, but it's a little bit weird. You don't know why Sue is not there right now, but Sue is not currently present.
Val, are you on the ship?
Oh God. Yes, he's here.
Val would be walking in the suit towards his room, but it's slow. He's not at a run or anything like that, just for you guys to have a point of reference.
Terrica's just going to be there, step in lockstep with him.
I just need to remind you, this ship, the corridors are way small. If you were to go into combat with that suit on, you'd be at a lot of negatives because the corridors are too small for that suit.
Yeah.
All sorts of these kinds of combat suits are not great in ship's corridors, sometimes also on purpose, so that, invaders. So if you're going to get into a big combat in that suit, in the corridors, in the cargo bay, you'd be fine. But if you were going to try to go up where all of the captains, the pilots, the crew are up in that upper level, it will be awkward and penalizing. And that is also a defensive mechanism for the ship itself. But like, just just to let people know.
Things to
He
think
probably
about.
has like red HUD lights everywhere for like, inaccessibility.
Alert. Yeah. Spatial awareness. Alert.
As
Yes.
Collision
as
detected.
they're walking, I think Terrica would tap their comms and call up Lord Wrax as they're like headed toward Val's room, and they're just like they've still got like a hand on Val as they're like walking with him.
Severance, where are you right now? Because they're coming up the elevator. They're going to get onto
I was on the ship?
this. Yeah, you're on the ship because you had that.
I
you had
was
the
on the
call
ship.
from.
Right.
Yeah, you had the call from Drinax asking for you to come visit. But
Where
is
am I?
going on?
I am probably. Have we had food yet? Or this
I
is
think
before?
there
This
was
is
some
now-
people who did.
But that was a long
Right?
time ago, right? This is a couple
Yeah.
hours later.
Okay.
That was like all lunch. Now we're at dinner time.
Right.
It's been-
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But the question at the beginning of the episode, that was for dinner or was that for lunch?
That was for dinner. Lunch, you all.
Yes.
Your lunch
So
was
this is
awkward,
before.
actually, as it turned out.
Right. This is before that. I think I would probably. I'm probably just hung up with the order. The Drinaxian delivery.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then I think, like, as I am hanging up, the computer chimes in, and then I say, "Val, are you on the ship?" And then Terrica responds, and then I say,
Good. Well, then I guess you could tell him to meet me in my quarters. Or where are you going? Where is he? Is he going to his quarters? I'll just meet you. You're just right across the
There's a lot going on, Severance. There's a lot going on right now, and as they're like saying this, they're like trying to like key up Lord Wrax at the same time.
Like, what is it? What is it? What is it going on?
And then you emerge from the elevator. It's a very, very small top part of the ship. It's really hard to hide from each other in these corridors. I mean, you're gonna see each other.
Oh, yes, okay. All right, there you are.
Oh, God.
Yes, hello, surprise, it's me.
Yes.
I could probably
Put this away now.
And Val's there too?
By the
Val
way,
in
there's a
big
bodyguard.
suit?
Just the bodyguard is there that you
Right, we still have
hired
bodyguards.
to stand on Severance. But the bodyguard's like in a ship, and so like basically like the elevator comes up, looks to see if it's somebody dangerous, sees that it's Terrica, relaxes again. But there's like an armed bodyguard.
Terrica, armed bodyguard in a big suit?
Oh no, the armed bodyguard is yours, Severance, because
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
Terrica-
my
Terrica-
armed bodyguard, Terrica, and a big suited Val.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this Val? Val, is this? Val.
Without running Severance over, Val would move towards his room. So if Severance gets in his way, like stands in
all
front
right,
of him,
okay,
then that would
right,
something. But he's just moving towards it.
Was that Val? Is he mad?
Yes,
Is he okay?
that is, and Terrica's not. Their hand is still like on Val, so they're like
Being
walking
dragged?
away with, pretty much.
Oh,
And they're
okay.
like,
Are you okay? Blink twice if you're hurt. Are you safe?
Severance, no, nothing is safe right now. I need to call Lord Wrax because nothing is safe.
Well,
right
we're
now.
about to have dinner, a Drinaxian meal.
Oh, great! That's fantastic. That's great.
Good. I already ordered it.
Oh, excellent. Well,
All right.
be there.
And make sure Val is ready. Also, Val, the kids are leaving the ship. Val, I don't know. Can he hear me in that thing?
He's got a lot going on right now. I promise it'll
Right.
make sense later. Okay.
I hope it will. But just let him know that we're getting rid of the kids. I hope you should say goodbye sooner or later, but I think right after dinner they're leaving.
Wait. Right after dinner? No. Okay. I need to talk.
I would
Okay.
like them to be. I would like them to be there. I would like them to leave before
Admiral
dinner because they're
Severance.
gonna. Yes. What is this? The
Quint
computer?
has boarded the ship. Quint has boarded the ship.
I'm assuming at this point Terrica's already ended up in Val's room because Val just kept.
Yeah, I
walking,
got
like,
distracted by the
yeah.
computer, and you've already exited the scene. Yeah. All right. Great. Okay. Perfect.
Well, it's really hard to exit the scene because again, it's a pretty small
right.
top
Yeah.
quarters.
You've
Go on.
exited that. You exited the shot.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Thank you, computer. And so, Right, and they're gone.
Quint?
Yes? Hello? Severance?
Hello. Welcome back to the Gambler. I heard you did a good job with the paperwork. I've noticed the papers have been worked.
They most certainly have. Is there anything about the papers that have been worked in particular that you wish to discuss since you are bringing it up?
No, not at this moment. Where were you just now?
I was admiring the artwork on Drinax.
I imagine that the
And I
elevator
imagine that's
opens.
when I
Yeah.
get up to that point. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just-
okay, yeah, there you
I was
are.
admiring the artwork on Drinax.
The artwork.
The artwork. It's kind of
Mm.
everywhere.
Yes. Where specifically were you?
Well, I was in, I think, the gallery section. It was not far off the market. After Harlock and I left the hospital,
Mm-hmm.
headed back towards the ship, but got distracted by the artwork.
A likely story. And what did you? How did you find your way towards any sort of? Are you perusing the area, doing a little recon work, seeing where you can strike next?
What do you mean strike next?
Tell me.
What would I strike? What have I struck? There's like a definite confusion.
I'm not laughing.
No, that's just me laughing.
It's a very serious matter.
Yes, I really do not know what you were talking about striking next. I mean, the artwork here is ancient and beautiful.
Just don't think that I brought a new person that is well trusted amongst many of my crew to my home, and you here are going to hopefully not stain any good reputation of mine or this ship in your imperial ways.
Oh, no, not Imperial, please. No, I'm not. Solomani, please. Not Imperial.
It's all the same to me.
It's really not the same at all.
Point of order.
Yes.
The imperial government does say it's the same because they say that they own all of your space.
Well, all the Solomani in Solomani space
Mhm.
would beg to differ. The Solomani Confederation.
They do not recognize your autonomy as a government.
Yeah,
They
and
just
either
think you need to.
you know what, Russia, Ukraine, Solomani imperials. It's all the same thing.
That's all. I just wanted to note that they have not recognized your Declaration of Independence.
I know that, but I'm Solomani, so I'm like, ew.
Yeah.
No.
I also just want the viewers to know that
ew.
Officially,
Yes.
still the Third Imperium.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you believe this person? As I'm now talking to my bodyguard.
Bodyguard's like,
Mhm.
well,
I'm not sure if you should be following me or if you should be following them.
Well, Liege Terrica said that I was supposed to make sure that you were safe.
I made very small
Who
talk
is
with like
this?
3 people, I'm sure, if you wanted
This is
to
Quint.
investigate my whereabouts. And then the room with the sensors where you can watch performances. I was there for a little bit.
Oh yeah? What did you see?
There was some very fascinating. There was this Vargar dance,
Oh.
and I just list like, and there was this one like I caught this one scene from an opera, and Quint actually lights up a bit talking
that
about
checks
these
out a bit.
performances.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably can I make like a social roll to see like,
Yes.
I don't know, like the equivalence to an insight, you know what I mean? Like I'm
Yeah.
trying to like read
For
their
sure.
That is intellect deception.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, intellect deception. Intellect deception.
You haven't seen Quint light up a lot, but Quint definitely lights
Yeah.
up talking
Yeah,
about these
yeah.
performances. Yeah.
It's probably not a really difficult one. I got a 9. So yeah.
Would you like to roll deception, Lindy, because you were secretly murdering people the entire time?
I wasn't though.
Then you
Mm.
do not have to resist. You don't have to
I
resist.
will.
You can be
I
like,
will.
no, no.
No, I really wasn't. I was murdering
Yeah.
time. Killing time, I guess.
All right.
Yes, it's killing
I
time. Watching
see.
performances. Yeah.
Should probably check and see if one of your guards named Time is okay, bodyguard. But
What point of order? Since that was a successful
yes,
roll against deception,
yes.
to check
Yes.
to see whether or not we've got some deceptiveness here, to get some
Yeah, yeah.
insight. I'm not going to just let this go, that roll. Would you,
Oh, of course
if you
not.
don't mind, share what kind of insights that Severance picks up
Oh,
on
Ooh.
nice.
in Quint when talking about the art, right? So, like,
A beautiful
Quint
way to
is
use an
laid bare
insight.
in this moment, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Um.
Quint is laid bare in this moment.
Yeah. Quint is normally really reserved. At
Mhm.
least, well, not really reserved. Nonchalant. Quint is, I think, is a better word. Much better. Quint's usually very nonchalant. Quint. That's probably the most enthusiasm you've ever seen him present
Mhm.
talking about anything on the ship ever. Quint really genuinely likes art, especially performative art. Like,
Right.
yeah, the paintings were nice, the statues were cool, but that room with the integrated scenes and the performances really struck a chord. Very
Mhm.
almost an emotional, vulnerable chord.
Mhm.
With Quint. Probably get the gist that they spent a little longer there than they intended to because they were
Right.
so enthralled with it.
And I think that's something that Severance picks up on and is
It was really
definitely
impressed by it as well.
yeah. His face sort of doesn't really change, but he then when you're sort of done, or maybe when you're not done, and he just sort of interrupts and goes, "Yes, okay, all right, okay, I understand. I understand you were enjoying it. Well, that checks out. I believe her. You believe her? You believe
Oh,
them?
yes, my lord, I do. And this
So do
guard
I.
sort of steps forward and steps like right up to Quint and says,
That's fine.
I am Lord Wilson von Gau.
Hell yes.
I am the Baron of the fourth moon on the third planet in the Thebes system.
Oh boy, I need to write all this down.
And no, everybody here has got like some kind of moon that they're in charge of, but you're in
I
charge
do
of
need to write it
nothing,
down.
right?
Lord Baron what?
Wilson von Gau, the
Lord,
Baron of the fourth moon of the third planet of the Thebes system.
Okay, I just copy paste that to me.
uh,
Thank you.
and he says, it is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. And he sort of like steps up on his toes a little bit. Very good balance. And it's sort of like he does what in your world might be a bow, right? On this place, it doesn't actually look like a bow. It looks like it could be a bow or maybe also a pirouette or something. Like it's somewhere between a kind of a quick dance move and also perhaps a bow. Sort of like deep, and then sort of comes back up, but has a gun. And like you're
So
like
do
your
I.
first vibe is
I'm
like,
not
oh,
worried.
yeah. First vibe is like, oh no, oh a guard. But this guard is like, oh no, presenting himself to you as if he were a noble, but is also clearly a guard.
Quint Sever, not Quint Sever, Quint Vesper, pleasure to meet you. And then would do a Solomani equivalent of a introductory thing.
Careful with that.
And Wilson sort of steps back and stands guard over Severance to make sure no one attacks Severance at any moment.
You know,
It's
there was
ironic
an
that you're guarding
assassination
me.
attempt. He's important here. He's an admiral. It makes sense. Quint's not questioning this.
Yeah, and you know, and he's sort of he's on guard. He's on point. But having sort of seen that you all seem to know each other, he's a bit more relaxed. But he's always within what's the word? Throw my body in front of Severance distance.
Hell yeah.
At any given
That
moment.
was how I was with Terrica earlier
Hell
today.
yes.
I get it.
Yes.
That's what I like to see. I like to see that enthusiasm, Lord Wilson
Von
Van Gau.
Well, of
Baron
course,
of the
Admiral.
fourth moon of the third planet of the Thebes system.
Yes, when Liege Terrica sent out a call, of course I came at any moment.
Thank you. Do you what you do enjoy Drinaxian cuisine? I assume, yes.
Of course.
Good, because that's what we're having soon.
That is what's
I
for
did
dinner.
already put an order with you in mind as well, Lord
Oh,
Wilson. So,
so, thank you,
yes, of course.
the Marquis. And
Mhm.
he's like, well, if you need some sort of privacy, he kind of like gestures back to where the galley is.
Never.
And
Especially
he's
around
just
this one.
Positions himself so he can see the elevator door. Just make sure that
Hmm.
nobody comes in or
Right.
out without him seeing.
Mm-hmm. I look forward to trying Drinaxian food.
I also look forward to you trying Drinaxian food. It's quite an experience. There are some. There will be some things that look a bit like fish skin, but if you dip
Oh.
that into the water that is provided, it'll be it's hydroponic.
It isn't fish skin.
It's not fish skin, no,
I mean,
of course
if
not.
it, I mean, I've
But
heard
it is.
fish
It's
before.
sort of when you put it on your tongue, it'll absorb the moisture,
Oh.
and it sort of blooms in your mouth, and so does the flavor. It's quite delicious.
Yes.
It's
will
also
follow
very
your
acquired
lead.
taste. Much like a leaf. What did you say? Did you say
I will
something about a
follow
leaf?
your lead.
Ah, yes, perfect. Like a leaf. Anyway, and it's like doesn't listen. Anyway, that is going to be soon, I think, right? Well, when does the deliveries happen?
Yes. Soon. By the way, there's oh, I'm going to have to do this. I need to freak you all out for a moment. Excuse me. Just a quick
If you
freak
could
out.
Get your
Where's my
freak on.
combat music? Get my freak on.
Good. Ooh, that's
Here, we'll
nothing.
go with Space Battle. That'll give it to us. It's not the whole thing, but so all of a sudden, Von Gao moves lightning fast because something has snuck up behind Severance,
Oh,
and
the children.
Von Gao just like it is the children.
Yes.
Moves
Take 'em out,
real
take 'em out,
fast
take 'em out,
as
take 'em
like
out, take 'em out.
the littlest one was about to just grab onto Severance from behind because that is how Udell is. But Von Gao's just like, nope, and just like
Yes,
scoops that little
haha.
one and make sure.
Fine
that does
work,
not-
Lord Wilson Van Gogh.
Oh yes, Marquis. Like takes
Yes.
the small Udell away.
Marvelously done. Thank you. And that is worth it all the same, especially if I don't even if I don't get any sort of shots toward me or any other attempts, that counts. They're worth it. Thank you.
I would agree.
Yes. I don't quite understand why these kids are running around.
I know. Same
I
boat.
understand it was a Val's
It was
decision
a
to
Val
let the kids run out.
decision. Yes, it was.
Good news, they are on their way out. I have already
Quint
paid
looks
for
so
their...
relieved. Like there are a bit of dark circles under Quint's eyes. Quint looks like, oh, thank God.
Already paid for their transport for the next place. We've already sort of, for lack of a better term, sewed them off. But I think it is probably going to be best for them. And, I really think it's best for them that they don't see any of what we need to do politically to earn our place in this.
Yes.
They're annoying as hell, really. It's really come down to that.
It's been a time trying to keep everything wrangled.
Yes.
Val let these children loose, and then it was like he wasn't even here for weeks, months. It was a lot.
Sounds a bit, sounds a bit tough, of course.
Admiral Severance.
Yes, well, yes.
We have
So,
2 visitors at the door wishing permission to board. 1, delivery. It is the Viceroy Camlin of the
Nice.
4th moon of the 7th planet
yes, yes,
around
yes,
the
yes.
2nd Gath giant of the 3rd star in the Marduk system is come
Wonderful.
to deliver the food.
Thank you.
Also, Lord Wrax, the Admiral of the Star Guard. Both are awaiting permission to board the Gambler.
Right? No. Not sure why. Well, Lord Wrax, we don't have enough. We don't have enough food for Lord Wrax. I'm sorry, Lord Wilson. We may need to give your portion to Lord Wrax, the Star God. Star God, I know that you're a baron of some sort of moon, but I think it's time that we have to, as I start to then make my way down the corridor towards the elevator to get the food.
Mm-hmm.
You'll
and
excuse me. You'll excuse me, Quint. Sorry.
and we have at this point in time the computer pings everybody on the ship who is crew, because that's protocol.
Yes.
Crew of the Gamblers. Food has arrived. Please meet in the galley for dinner.
Crew of the Gambler, this is the captain, admiral, marquis, or something. Severance, we are, yeah, you heard the computer, thank you.
As I then make my way toward
like Evan is like, oh, I don't have to cook, right? So like people are beginning to move, right, to sort of gather themselves, and down below, when you make your way to the cargo, you are allowed to. You're going to open. They can't get in without you opening the door for them to get in.
I look at the view, the camera.
Mm-hmm. And you see Lord Wrax, the captain of the Star Guard, our admiral. And by the way, he's in our sheet, you wonderful people in the audience, our Google Sheets, our Google Slides. You can see him. And he's there with, he's got 2 backup Star Guard with him. And next to them is this delivery guy, who's also a noble, but is also a delivery guy. So that is life on the floating palace. And you know, he's got like a cart. And the cart, of course, is extravagant because kind of everything here is extravagant.
It has to be.
But it has to be because that's what they had. So they didn't have cheap carts. They only had expensive carts. And he's there with this like huge cart full of a bunch of food, all sort of like in like the cloches, right? And the sort of silver, everything is like looking very fancy.
But it's gold.
But it's gold.
Yes.
It is gold, and it's gilt with like curly cues. And they're both waiting at the door.
All right. Well, I will go ahead, and I will just I open the door. Yes, hello.
Permission to board.
Is this the delivery guy?
Actually, it's Lord Wrax.
Lord Wrax. Oh, of course. Yes,
Permission to
please. Oh, of course, Lord Wrax, please, as you were. Just.
And he makes this sort of bow that again is a little bit dancerly. And the delivery guy is like, also permission to board?
You must. Yes. Make room, Lord. Listen, make room.
And like, there are. It's pretty. How do I put this? I want to say that's like it's pretty laid back because it's not 20, 30 people. But again, there's all a bit of a hullabaloo, you know, in this, as Lord Wrax follows behind the delivery person. And the delivery person's like, should I take this upstairs?
Yes, please. The galley is upstairs. Yes, I mean, you know your way around a Harrier, I assume.
Well, and he says, I mean, I was never able to be aboard this one, but I've read the books, of course, because
good.
All the Harriers were destroyed 200 years ago. This is the first one you got in 200 years, and so everyone is like, this is so important to everybody here on this floating palace. This ship, that you found it and were able to get it flying again. This ship means everything to almost everybody here, because it's like, this is our hope, right? And so this is like, and that you get to be the captain of it is actually a really big deal for most people, right? This is like the dreams of salvation in many ways. And so just being able to be on this ship, Wrax has been on this ship, of course, obviously, but to be on this ship for this delivery lord is kind of a big deal. And you can see him being a little bit verklempt, right? As he sort of goes up to put the food up there up top.
All right, you are to touch only the table, please.
Quint would be getting the table and stuff ready in the galley for the food because heard that the delivery was here. So
yeah,
and then of course
Evan
I
is
will
helping.
forward them the food, the money from the thingy.
And
yes.
when you forward the money, there's this like.
You do take Drinax will pay, right?
No, but it's just because they don't have money so much, right? So like it's like you're kind of like Santa Claus. It's very like it's like there's something so exciting about having commerce that's not like your family's heirlooms. You know what I mean? Like it's this kind of like, and it's translated into the Drinaxian credit because you have your own credit. It's just that nobody's used it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And there's something for this delivery guy who does not know about the assassinations. This is like the best thing ever. You know what I mean? Like, this is hope. And just getting that credit thing, it's not even really about the money. It's about the fact that, like, maybe this means that we're going to be
walk around, right, on the Air Force One.
Basically, right? Yes. And Lord Wrax is like, I'm here to have a discussion with the crew about what happened. We have quite a bit to discuss.
Is it all right if we eat and chat?
Yes, of course, but we should not discuss until after. And he points right to the delivery guy till he leaves. And like,
why not his nobility?
Up. Yes, but this is just for the close circle.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, yes, I will show you to the galley. You probably can show me to where it is. You've been on this place before.
I have. I inspected the ship before it was given to.
I don't remember.
And you can see him, like, looking to see
the grebes, and there's also been a freight container that has been turned into a pool for the little ones that are running around, and they will be ejected momentarily within the hours. So don't you worry. Into space? Not sure yet, but they will be out of here, and we will be cleaning up this cargo bay so it doesn't smell of pond and stables.
Yes. But you've done a remarkable job repairing this. You know, because, point of order, dear Severance, the entire hull has been
redone.
All the fanciness is not there, but the structural integrity has been fixed. The curlicues are not, but like some people have been getting work done on the ship.
Maybe some quarters have been done nicer too.
Yes. Yep. And there have been repairs done to this ship since it has been gone.
Quint and Terrica playing Sims, or
yes,
ship flipper.
Yep. More like ship flipper, probably. Yeah.
And you are all brought.
Where does this carpet come from?
Back into the galley. And at this point in time, Wesley has made it up with his bodyguard, who's just sticking right by him, and Wesley feels very uncomfortable with it. Everybody's there except for the scientist, who has not been told to come out for dinner. And I do not yet know whether or not Terrica and Val have emerged for dinner.
Right. Me neither.
But everybody's sort of waiting. And Lord Wrax is also waiting. By the way, face claim for Lord Wrax is Shang-Chi, so you've got this good broad.
So he's super hot.
Also,
unless somebody... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, the announcement has gone on over the comms, but only for crew, not for passengers.
But it didn't mention Lord Wrax, right? Because like if Lord Wrax is mentioned, Terrica will come out. Otherwise, they're with Val.
No, just that dinner is served and that you should all arrive. And it's the computer, and it's not Sue, by the way. So okay. Remember how you want to get rid of Sue? Sue's not there. You just get the bland computer.
Hey.
With no personality.
Isn't that what we want?
They are like blowing up Lord Wrax's like whatever comms are though, that are just like, we need to talk. It's urgent. Like they keep sending these things to him.
Lord Wrax, Liege Terrica is messaging me. He looks around, sort of like a bit confused. Are they not here?
They're here somewhere, yes.
Well, then.
Fine.
Terrica, this is your marquee admiral captain speaking. Severance, in case you forgot. You are being summoned by Lord Wrax.
Wait, he's here?
Yes. I assumed you said, "Is he here?" and I answered.
Oh my god. They'll like click on their comms and be like, "I'll be there in a minute," and then shut them down.
And then, yes, please. So, everyone enjoy a good Drinaxian meal. And here in Drinax, we don't wait for everyone, so eat whenever you want. They'll show up when they want to.
Lord says, well, this conversation must wait until everyone is here.
Yes, right. The conversation.
The Harlock. And the Harlocks would come, but the Harlock then gets, the Lord Wrax says, the Harlock, I wish that I would be able to speak with you. However, I have been told that you have been summoned by the prince. He wishes to speak with you. He's heard of the... Well, he wishes to speak with you. It is quite urgent. If you would go to the palace. The Harlock is going to go off to have a meeting, dinner with the prince.
Mm-hmm.
And Lord Wrax waits for the rest of the crew to arrive. Just waits. He's going to make a plate.
Begin eating, of course.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I probably make the platter as well as while we're waiting. I set up everything and I take out the tray map and then I start filling the shapes of where the things. Okay, the cheeses go here.
Lord Wrax, by the way, is observing you quite carefully as you do this, as you're doing the preparations. He's watching you very carefully.
I think I'm probably like eyeing him every once in a while awkwardly because I know that he is.
You can tell that he's judging your ability to serve in the proper Drinaxian way, food, and he's also quite impressed that you actually know how to do it right. Not in that sort of like sloppy way, but the actual way. He's noting. He's noting.
Good.
Yeah, but he doesn't say anything, but you can tell, right? Because they're all about ceremony.
Just made it.
What about Terrica and Val?
Terrica needs to go talk to Lord Wrax, but they're not leaving until they make sure that, like, until Val is, like, at least out of the suit and into clothes.
Val would have...
You've had a bit of time, right?
Val would have, as soon as he got into his room, he would have, the back would have, like, kind of, staggered open. He would have stepped out and put on a pair of old scrubs. He would have reached under his bunk and started to pull out vacuum-sealed bags that you can tell are filled with clothes, and he's starting to put them into one of two knapsacks that he has pulled out of his closet. He is packing.
Val, hang on. I'm gonna get some protection for tonight, and then we can figure out what to do from there. And they're gonna like try and like get in front of him. Not necessarily get in the way, but just make eye contact.
There's probably a glimmer of recognition, but he would go back to organizing his things and putting them in his bags. He doesn't seem to be ready to leave or anything like that. He's preparing to, though.
Okay. I think that they will like try and rest one hand like on his shoulder, and I assume like he just keeps moving to pack.
He would stop for a second and drop his ear to the hand and wouldn't move any farther. He'd stop all movement, and it would just be that connection.
They would like turn their hand up to just, I was going to say cup his ear, but like the side of the face, neck kind of area. And then they'll bring the other hand up onto the other side and just kind of get in front of him and say, we're going to find a way out of this. Are you there?
Okay. No roll needed. He doesn't believe it.
Val, I know you don't believe me, but I'm not going anywhere. And if you're going to go somewhere, I want to go with you, okay? So don't, please don't leave without me.
Never.
Okay. I'm going to go take care of something really fast. And then I'm coming right back, okay?
He would just nod.
Okay. And they would just like bring their head to his head again, just resting their forehead on his head and just sigh, like somewhere between relief and, you know, when you've exerted a lot of like strenuous, like when you're lifting weights or something, like you get done and you let go of them and you're like, oh, okay. But it's not quite the point of like letting go of the weights. It's more of the point of like, okay, that set is done. And then they will like stand up and head out the door and like make sure their jacket is pulled to hide the brooch.
Terrica would have noticed that when they put their forehead to Val's inside, all of his movement stopped with that connection, and almost as an opposite, where Terrica sighs, he stops breathing. And as soon as the connection is severed, you see his chest begin to rise and fall again.
I think never actually. Wait, that's interesting. So they wouldn't then, I think, leave after that. Instead, they would pause and run a finger over like just where one of the scars might have been, like over the top of the clothes. And
There's the briefest movement of a flinch when you do so.
They'll like take their hand away the second he flinches. Like
it's not a stop doing this. It's again, they know each other so well, and Trooper can call for a roll anytime he needs, but it's more akin to embarrassment than pain or thought of violence. There is a sadness in his being that he has presented this way.
Then instead of taking their hand away, I think they would actually just press the entire hand on his, like to the rest of his chest over his heart. And they would say, I see each of those as one more time that you survived. And I am so glad you're here. I'm so sorry you ever had them.
Thank you for coming.
Every time, Val. Always. You said you were a... What?
Always is a foreign concept. I've never understood it. I think until now.
Terrica will just nod with all of the understanding of somebody who has only seen things taken away when they don't align with somebody else's plan. And then they'll say, you said you were a bad person back there.
I did.
But I know you. I know what you're capable of. And there will be like that flash that goes through their eyes of that moment when Val told them that he eats death, right? And then they'll just say, or at least I know some of it. also know you. You are the kindest, most real person I have ever met in my life. My Lady Hill tried so many times to discredit you. She had a whole list of evidence. I have a whole folder. But there's...
I didn't do that. But I knew.
What, Val? About Project Terrica?
It's the only way I could get away. I didn't help. But I didn't tell you.
Would have been nice to know. But I get it. Sometimes you just have to do whatever you have to do to get away.
It's not that, it's... I was scared if I told you that would be the end. So I didn't. And I kept not telling you. I never knew what always meant. But, I am sorry. Which means nothing.
It means everything, Val.
That's why I made Sue look like him. I read somewhere that if you face your fear, it becomes your friend, and I thought, if I made him my friend, if I ever saw him again, he wouldn't be able... But he did. And I failed again.
But you didn't. You flew off that balcony with me.
Because of you.
Val, you have saved me so many times. That's how this works.
I have a debt, Terrica, that you didn't know about.
What?
I would have done it without. But I had to do everything I could for you because I knew what Ruby was doing and what he had done. I don't know how to explain it. You can see a moment that you saw across his face when he was a little boy in the presence of his mother, and it's a look of realization. If there is a heaven, it won't have me. But that's okay because I have someplace better. It's with you.
Oh, good, because I don't think heaven exists without you, so it'd be a kind of shitty heaven. Oh, God.
That's when your comm pings and Lord Wrax is like, Leash Terrica, you're waiting.
God. I've got to...
Says, we are expecting you and also Dr. Morrissey. business.
Okay. We're not done. But we have to go talk to Lord Wrax. He controls the Star Guard, and if we can get him to put a squad around the gambler tonight, we can have some protection. But better yet, I think maybe we could pin the deaths of Lord and Lady Hill on Ruby.
How long has Wrax had his position?
Terrica, I feel like would know this, but like how long?
A
would it
long
have been?
time. A long time. At least 30 years.
At least 30 years, as long as I've been alive. Val, can we trust him?
My father. He knows who to be friends with. I don't know if this man is... I don't know if his honor would dictate a different course of action, but if he has been in this position for that long, Ruby knows.
Okay. So then we need hard, irrefutable evidence in public.
I've never seen him beaten.
I've never seen.
Many have tried. My mother tried.
I saw her, Val. I'm sorry, I was there. I was there. I saw her when you were talking to her.
I'm glad. She deserves to be seen. He took her from everyone. I was just on the front line.
Her art. It's so beautiful. Okay, all right. So he hasn't been beaten yet, and you know him really well. And I have connections. I hadn't seen my mother die until today, and I just watched her go down in front of me. So.
And it's the first time that Val realizes the symbiotic nature of their loss and their albatross. I'm sorry. Lady Hill was
A bitch.
your mother.
She could have died sooner. I'm sorry.
No. That is the way to feel. But children often don't get a chance to be judge. They just have to be themselves. I'm sorry she is gone.
I am sorry my father is gone.
What? Terrica, what?
Both of them murdered. When I left, I just, and you'll see them like pull up the like control that they have before they shatter.
He would rise with them, mirroring movements, keeping contact. And I'm assuming, Trooper, that Val would know, right? Would have had at least some type of relationship with Terrica's father, correct? Even if it was just to know
Terrica's,
one another?
but Terrica's father,
He
Lady
was
Hill
aloof, right?
controlled a lot of people. That's how it would read. It would read that he was aloof. That's how it would have read to most people. Um, Lady Hill is a very controlling person and really tries to make sure that people do what she wants them to do and speaks to who she wants them to speak to. He read as aloof. He was friendly enough. Do you know what I mean? Like he was polite, he was friendly, but he was. There was a distance between him and other people.
Can I, again, I know that in this system, and I don't mean to take us away from our scene, but in this system, I want to make sure I get something right. It's always says that you make a roll in the moment to get something done, but if you have enough time, you can basically do it. If you
It depends
roll
on
for
how big a deal it is.
complicated,
You could-
right.
Yes, yeah.
So what I'm saying is, with the amount of time that Val would have spent with the family, could he have gleaned that Terrica's father was in a very similar situation, at least as far as who was in charge, as Val's mother was to Ruby? In a different context, but also
Different context and a slightly different style. I mean, well, it's also kind of tips a little bit. He was very important, but he was kind of like the butler, if that makes any sense.
as long as he would be able to organically be able to glean that, he wasn't in cahoots or cat boots with Lady Hill. So
I think most people would think that. I think that most people they presented a very unified front. That was his job, to present a unified front, and I think most people would probably accept that. You do, however, have your mother as your mother, and you have also seen your mother at parties with your father. Do you know what I mean? I think many people may not have picked up any difference, and I think Terrica certainly didn't. But you have seen your mother and your father at parties, and you also know do you know what I mean? You might have got a bit of a vibe, but you couldn't necessarily prove it.
right. Just as if he has a at least neutral to neutral positive view of him, then what he would say to Terrica in this moment is, as he would look at them, I didn't know about him. I'm sorry. How did... Who?
Shot in the back of the head. It was Marymore. He was supposed to kill me, and I didn't actually send a... There was a message. There was a psionic message that was saying that it was going to be me, and that maybe it was going to be Lady Hill, and him, and I didn't say anything. I could have said something.
No.
I could have.
The one thing my mother taught me: blame for anything that befalls a parent is not because of the sins of the child. And that is true now. We are outmatched here. We are not ready for this.
We can get allies. Okay, so what do we do then, Val? Because we're about to go and have a conversation with the man who may or may not be in Ruby's pocket.
Go out first. I will follow. If there is any danger whatsoever, run back here. Agreed?
We run to the Vespertine.
We'll get to the suit. We will run. There are plenty of fields that are free in this galaxy.
Okay. Val. I love you so much. They will turn, or they will start to turn and walk out the door then.
As the door closes, Val slaps his palm against it as it kind of eclipses closed, and he would slide down on the inside and put his head against the door. I love you too.
Terrica doesn't hear that, of course. As Terrica comes out towards the galley, Lord Wrax is there, and as is the rest of the crew. And Lord Wrax goes, "Ah, Liege Terrica, where is Dr. Morrissey? We have much to discuss. It's important."
Oh, is it not on? Can you hear me now?
It's on now.
Now I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Terrica will do the introduction dance, the appropriate introduction dance to Lord
As
Wrax.
does he. He stands.
And then they will say,
By the way, Quint, they do a kind of a very quick, small, like 2 or 3 dance steps at each other. Just noting it.
It's pretty cool. I'm into it.
he is coming. He is handling something.
Good. We have much to discuss. First, Liege Terrica, I have some.
Just Terrica. There
Yes,
hasn't been
Liege
an
Terrica, we
investment
have some.
ceremony.
Well, presumably you'll want to do that. I need to tell you that he sort of steps closer and lowers his voice some. I'm afraid to tell you that your father was also a victim of the assassin. I'm very sorry. Both of your losses are a loss for not only yourself, but also Drinax.
Lord Hill was a good person.
They both served a Drinax in ways very few could. And I'm very sorry. We have not yet announced this outside. There would be the outpouring of grief would be. You know how it is when anyone dies, but we have still investigations to do on who did the crime, and this crew are the witnesses. We need to discuss it. But I just wanted to let you know, I'm very sorry. And
Thank you for your concern.
he puts his hand on your shoulder, investiture or not. You are now and always will be a noble of Drinax. And so Liege is always yours. And he's saying that to be reassuring, right? Right. That's how he means it. But the investiture will come. We do need to discuss it. And he sort of like opens his voice back up again so that the rest of the table can hear it. We'll have to discuss if you wish to have the investiture before or after your wedding. I would recommend before the wedding. That will give you a bit more of a better standing. Duke Hendricks is waiting. He's a bit impatient, but we are making sure that he is kept well. He's busy. But
Quint, how was it?
I
Like
would,
it?
oh, it's quite spicy.
Yes.
I'm
That's
getting used to it.
spicy,
Very
that's
good.
what it is. Quint is
Yes.
the person who slathers things in Tabasco, or Tabasco, so you know it's not the spice that's getting to Quint. It was definitely a reaction to the name.
Yes. Yes, and I would recommend, as both of your parents have been taken from the sun, that I would recommend politically it would be best for you to have the investiture before the wedding. It would give you a bit better standing. But we do need to take care of who might have done this. Where is Dr. Morrissey?
Coming.
Who's getting married, by the way? I've heard that.
Oh, Liege
Said a couple of
Terrica's
times.
getting married to an imperial duke, Duke Hendrix. He's from far, far rimward, now down in Solomani space, that area. But he's actually something. I think his mother was killed somehow. I think some sort of a assassination, meaning that Duke Hendrix is now taking a spot in
Assassination
the
there
imperial
is.
moot as well. I don't think it was official, but it wasn't an official assassination. It wasn't by the right, and also that doesn't apply to people at that rank. But he will be a part of the imperial moot, and I must say I don't really quite approve of such a close marriage between the Imperium and Drinax. But
You seem to have a
nonetheless-
lot of opinions in this conversation. Opinions about
Yes,
what
I
I
do.
should and shouldn't do. Isn't that
Indeed.
fantastic? What were you here for,
Yes.
Lord Wrax?
Many things. I do not like your tone, Liege Terrica.
Mm-hmm.
As you noted, you are not yet invested. You always will be a noble. Nobles all are afforded respect. And that includes me.
And that includes Terrica.
Indeed, Liege Terrica should be a bit more respectful to the Admiral of the Star Guard. And where is Dr. Morrissey?
Behind you.
Ah, Dr. Morrissey. And he gives a bow, not the same, like the level of dance actually is not there for Val. Just actually gives a bit of a head nod. Yes, we haven't much discussed.
Val gives the highest level of the bow, the pirouette, and he spins with a shoulder lead at the end of it and puts his cigarette into his mouth. What would you like, Lord?
Lord Wrax sees the pirouette and then follows out of respect. Dr. Morrissey, you have been awarded the Asim Honor of Humanitarian. You are now inducted into the Asim Order of Humanitarian Honor. There will be a banquet in your honor. A
that's
representative
great.
of Asim, yes, has arrived. A Rudolph Rucker. He'll be presenting you with such an order. You're inducted. You'll have to be there for that. You have to discuss this assassination. It is of the utmost importance that we find out who did this, so that no one else will die on the palace. And presumably we need to have this done before the wedding to Duke Hendrix. Cannot have an assassin about with that.
To take a page out of the Good Admiral's book, may I do an insight check on the Lord?
Absolutely. That will be
Want me to do it?
intellect deception.
Oh, I mean, whoever would like to, sure.
What, can I help?
I'm going to though, but
Yeah. I just look at you while I'm eating. This guy.
Is it okay? So is it this? Oh, deception, intellect. Okay. Nine.
9. He is not happy. First off, 1, any death is a really big deal. He has 2. That is a real problem. He has got dignitaries. He is clearly in he's in an intense space about this. This is clearly for him a state emergency, right? And he is now irritated that he was disrespected by them when he was trying to be like, because he doesn't know about their relationship, right? So he just sees like out of nowhere weird attitude when all this is going on, right? He's taken space out to come, and he's also clearly irritated that you all take too long in the room. Like he was like, I'm getting notes from them, and now they're not coming out. So he also seems to be irritated. There's something else that's bothering him. You don't have a context to figure out what it is, but he is not happy in general. You don't get the sense it's about you specifically. Perhaps that he's being called to be like a messenger might be irritating for him, just in general. But he's irritated by something larger about this whole thing. He's not happy with it. He seems to be. There's more that's bothering him besides that there's a serial killer on the ship,
Palace.
right? Yeah, on the palace. Like he's not happy at all with a number of things. It's like he got some bad news earlier and he's not happy with it. And you get the sense he feels disrespected. You get the sense that he feels like people are not taking the fact that people have been murdered seriously enough. Like he is upset, is what I would say. And he is not happy. But you will get, by the way, that he was actually quite impressed with your form. That was like a little flash that he was like quite impressed with your form because it's hard to get the form just right. You know what I mean? Like that was like a little, and that was sort of instinctual. Like whenever somebody has the really good form, he's going to notice it, but he had to bring himself back in the fact that there's like, this is like a big, pardon my language, it's a shit show right now, right? And there is everything happening all in the worst moments. And he is very, very concerned about the serial killer in his mind, right?
But he doesn't smell Ruby on him at all. Metaphor. I mean, he doesn't, the telltales of like a Ruby informant or a Ruby operative or a.
Not that you're
because he fits the mold of somebody that he holds a position he holds that Ruby has manipulated in the past. So
sure.
Let me try this.
I'm gonna tell you something. No. Let me tell you something. He was impressed by your pirouette, right? For a non-noble. Didn't say it, very subtle, but you are not a noble. And
you put the no in noble.
And your technique was a technique that really only people who are nobles can do it that well. It's a little bit of a surprise that somebody who's not a noble could do that in that way and in that style. He was impressed, but you get the vibe that, you're not a noble. And you might think to yourself that Ruby might be able to manipulate people. He is the admiral of the Star Guard and a noble of Drinax, going back at least 1,000 years. Everybody on the palace is equal because everybody in the palace is noble. And maybe this is the first time that Val realizes this, because Ruby is very powerful on Asim. He was able to make it when the foundation fell. He didn't. He has so much power. He can manipulate everybody. He is a force of nature. And it might be the first time you realize that here he is dirt. Your dad is everything, but on this floating palace, he's just another farmer. Perhaps a powerful one. But Lord Wrax would never, ever lower himself to be in the pocket of a farmer.
The only time that Val will ever stick up for Ruby, at least in his own mind, is he may be a farmer, but at least he's not floating around a dead world wearing a plastic crown.
Right? And if you were worried, you can know.
All right, Greg. Take it easy.
Yeah. But you would, in that one moment, right? Your worlds had never really collided, right? Asim and here. And your father who has so much power. You see it. And it's not like, Lord Wrax is not like Lady Hill. Lord Wrax is not like full of genocide of peasants, right? But no. And
the question has to be asked, though.
It does have to be asked. No, it does. But the answer that you realize in that moment is that your father's not even the representative of Asim here. Somebody else is. Your father was not elected by the people of Asim to take that position. Maybe he didn't want it. He did. Your father does not have a power base here. And I don't know if you ever knew that before. You know what I mean? Because your father is very big. He looms very large in your mind. And he could get anywhere and get anything. You know what I mean? That's also what Lady Hill thought. But at this moment, you can see the 2,000 years worth of aristocracy stopping your father short.
Okay, so I'm going to pivot just real quick, and I want to piss on that
Mhm.
aristocracy, but I want to do it in a
Please.
nice manner. So this is what he
Do
is
it
going to
leading
say.
the shoulder after the pirouette.
Right. I'm going to
Yeah.
I'm going to present the butt, and then that is a
Yeah,
huge
perfect.
insult, right? No, he is going to look with a sympathetic eye towards the Lord. Lord, I understand that this is a pressure not only on you and your occupation and your title, but also upon the very floating palace that we stand upon. This is
Indeed.
a terrible blow to this place. This place is one filled with beauty, and the diamonds representative of the people that live and float among the ghosts of Drinax.
Yes.
So I sympathize with you, and I apologize if this visit has added stress to an already extremely stressful evening. If you fancy yourself in need of relaxing a bit, my mother's sculpture rests above a nearby building. It adorns the rooftop of the basilica.
Yes, yes. Your mother. I remember when Princess Rao advocated for your mother to be the first work of art from a seam to be brought back to the palace in over 200 years. Your mother was an astounding artist. We have a killer on the loose who could strike at any time. I will not be resting until they're found.
We will assist in any way that we can. And he would offer a slight bow in deference to Severance, of course, with our captain's permission.
Admiral,
Yes.
and yes.
Now, if it is my goal to find this killer before the wedding, that I am concerned I will not be able to find the killer before your banquet. And I'm understanding from the Admiral that you have brought this professor, wishes to speak with the king. There's a lot of diplomacy when we have someone slaughtering each one of our jewels. Any help you can give be much appreciated.
Not to step on your toes or tell you your own job, but as you have, by your own statement, said that you are the lord of this area and have championed the floating palace for, these past 3 decades, maybe start with the visitors.
Absolutely. I'm asking you because, after all, you are the witnesses to the crime. But please, be aware, anyone who's not from the palace is under suspicion. Because
I'll
no
also
one from
review.
the palace would ever kill one of our own. Liege, Terrica, pardon me. You were saying?
I'll review Lady Hill's documents. Perhaps there is information there we can use. Whatever I find, I'll
Yes.
send your way. Apologies for my curtness. It's been.
I understand you're going through a great loss. I understand this. But, Dr. Morrissey, you are from a seam. One of the first of the exchanges advocated by Princess Rao, integrating a seam into the palace. But considering your experience, do you know this Rudolph Rucker, who's come to present this honor. I've already spoken to the ombudsman from a seam, but you are trusted by the king, so your knowledge of this fellow, my intelligence, I would actually be asking Lady Hill. Unfortunately, Lady Hill's not here to give her wisdom. But my understanding is that he is an overseer for production, farming production, that he is a valuable piece of the productivity on a seam, influential and important. What do you know about him? He is, after all, no offense, but not from the palace.
It is my understanding that whether public or private, he is the largest landowner on a seam. And if I were in your well-polished boots, Lord, I would visit him first.
Well, I will certainly visit him and every single other outsider to the palace. Dr. Morse, you have lived here long enough to be no longer considered an outsider. So, your words carry great weight, as does the ombudsman from a scene as well. But I will be looking at every outsider to Drinax, every single one, in great detail. But did you see anything, any of you, when the attack happened? Where it came from? Anyone?
I saw a glint of a sniper rifle, I assume, from a window. I was standing next to Terrica when the shot went off.
Yes. We had people comb that area. There was indeed, we found casings. They're from off-world. But they were slugs, not lasers. Which implies various things, but whoever it was a good shot.
I did not see anything. I just saw the commotion afterward.
I was told that you did a good job, Admiral, in distracting the off-world press from this story.
Oh, yes, that.
This is good. We don't need what happens here leaving here, especially if there's a killer amongst us. We'll be looking at everyone. Admiral, this does not leave the ship. You are going to be needed. There will be an investiture ceremony for you. You are being given a higher title in recognition of your service at the recommendation of Chieftain Galx of the Vexbexers and the princess and the king. There will be a ceremony, but again, we must find who was this killer before anything like this can happen. I'm asking the king to hold off on all of these ceremonies until we can find who did it. And I understand, Liege Terrica, that you are most likely quite anxious and eager to get married, and you do not wish to push off the wedding, which is only just, seems like hours away. But
when is it supposed to happen?
Tomorrow night. That's why you arrived today.
What?
That's so soon.
Well, yes, we were told that that's why you were rushing back so quickly for the wedding.
Who said this?
Lady Hill. Who else?
Of course.
Yes.
Well, then I guess we should ask her again.
The Duke has been waiting anxiously to meet with you. He's been wandering about the palace, asking all sorts of questions. I've been watching him. chummy he
I
is
am
with
in.
mourning.
Sorry.
I understand. I understand.
Yes.
I would prefer to move this wedding off until we get
Then
to kill
we
it.
should.
Good, then
We
let's do
should-
it. What a great idea. I'm so
But I
glad you brought
understand
it
you
up.
may not wish this. I understand you may not wish this, but I would counsel against it. Now, you do not wish to be told what to do, but liege, I would highly recommend pushing off this wedding at least a few more days.
Yes. I.
If you would take my counsel. There should be no
Oh,
wedding
sorry,
until after your investiture and also the funeral.
I am already married, so it will be impossible to do the wedding anyway.
What? What? My liege, I'm so sorry. How can that be? This has not been. What?
Lady Hill made decisions without me.
I'm, pardon me. Liege Terrica, to whom are you married? It's not in the registry as far as I know.
Val would step forward, bow to Terrica, and do so with the accoutrement of somebody that is bowing to their spouse and their leader.
Oh.
And he would take a step behind Terrica and stand.
I'm so sorry, Lord Terrica, I did not know. And when he says Lord Terrica, he's speaking specifically to Val.
Mm-hmm.
I was not aware. We will have to do this. We'll have to do the ceremony on the palace. I will have to. Well, there'll be work that needs to be done for this, and I'm gonna need to speak. There'll have to be an investiture to have you officially named Lord Terrica. Well, there's a lot of work to be done, but again, I cannot recommend any of this happen until after we find the assassin. I assume you did this out in space somewhere. Have to be done here.
What is the lowest title that I can be awarded?
Well, the Rapenhausens are quite important, and you're going to have to inherit quite a few titles out of this. We'll have to look to see in the books which ones are there. It's quite a few.
Terrica is the noble, I am the consort.
Well,
that's how it stands.
No. Once you are married, you are now noble. That is how it works. You are now Lord Hill.
As you have mentioned, Lord, I am from a seam.
No matter. No matter. Once you are married, Liege Terrica, you are a noble. And you know how to dance. That goes a long way. But it must be made official here on the palace. Congratulations, by the way. Now, and then it hits him. Someone's going to have to tell Duke Hendrix that this is not happening. He's come all
I do not envy you your job.
This is not my job. This would be the job of, well, actually, Lord Hill be the sort of person who did that sort of thing. He could always break bad news to anyone.
I'll tell him.
Well, you're in mourning. If you have any of you have any other words on the
will turn to Severance then. And they'll say, unless you want to.
Tell a guy he can't tell a guy he can't marry you? Yes, of course I'll do it.
Ah. Good. This is...
I'm still probably finishing food. Yes, of course.
Yeah, I've been eating at the exact same pace where Severance has been eating in the same manner, because I said I would follow his lead. But there's been moments when I've definitely coughed and dropped food and had to re-scooped it back up because this conversation has gone places, and Quint is both confused and this explains a lot, maybe.
Admiral Severance, if you are going to be doing this, you must know this. This Duke is extremely powerful now, and he arrived, and Lady Hill gave me some words about him, just that he was to be trusted and left alone, not observed, but, well. And Lord Wrax looks at Liege Terrica. No one tells Lord Wrax what to do either. I found him to be more concerned with having questions about visitors to the area than he did about Liege Terrica. He was looking for Suleimani in this space.
Terrica will look at Quint. And then it'll be like one of those look and then back sort of things.
Just take a deep drink of whatever this liquid has been placed in front of me is, and then I realized that was for the dipping, and I just put it back down. Yeah, sorry. Yep.
Also, I must say,
Love it.
and this I say to you, Admiral, and Liege and Lord Terrica, Liege and Lord Terrica, you should probably know this. I have seen, we have reports that he broke into the Rapenhausen estate recently.
On his own volition, or did he send someone?
No, he himself broke in.
This is the Duke?
He has yes, the Duke. He has diplomatic immunity, so I cannot arrest him. It does not seem...
Does everyone have diplomatic immunity here? There is some loopholes
Yes.
in this whole nobility thing up here. And I love it,
Yes.
but when it comes to jurisdiction, really gotta use the hierarchy or something, because that is ridiculous.
I mean, I agree with you, Admiral, but the ambassador would not have it. He didn't take anything with him, and so there's no crime. That he wanted something in that estate. I don't like it. However, I cannot imagine an Imperial Duke would assassinate Lord and Lady Hill.
Certainly not Lady Hill.
Especially since they seem to be such good allies. But I have questions, and you're going to be speaking to Admiral. Please note that I don't trust him and his arrival. I do not trust his breaking into the Rapenhausen quarters. Well, we have to speak now to the Herald about the investiture. Lord Terrica.
Lord Wrax.
Yes.
Did he leave anything? He didn't take anything.
No.
Did he leave anything?
It did not seem so. However, it was after he first met with Lady Hill in her quarters. And I understand that she is the eyes and ears of Drinax, but I'm also here to protect it. I will note, by the way, and it's like this, there's this anger that just shows up out of nowhere, that he's like clearly recalling something that was very irritating and frustrating.
Hold on,
We would have a much better time protecting the palace if we had this Harrier as part of our fleet and not doing whatever it is doing.
Important business, Lord
Respectfully.
Wrax.
Thank you for being respectful about that.
I do not feel that dishonorable piracy is important business.
This sounds like a conversation for the king.
And his ears turn red.
Yeah.
And he is mad right now. He is really angry, and he is holding it in because it is not aimed at you. You know what I mean? Like, he is clearly not happy with the status quo. Yes. Or perhaps the princess. Admiral, the food was delicious. Your expertise over preparation was impeccable.
Thank you. I had a small map to help me, but thank you. Yes.
No, it wasn't just the map. There was the style with which you did it. The style was...
There's nothing to it.
Spoken like someone who is moving upwards.
Thank
The
you.
palace needs the gambler here, especially with all of this running about. That is my position. Do not approve.
Perhaps we stop the assassin first,
Yes.
Lord Wrax. Will there be protection for
I'm
the
going to
ship
go.
tonight?
Well, do you have any insight why your family was targeted?
You know Lady Hill and the circles she moved in. Isn't it surprising that she died soon after Offworlders arrived? Especially considering those circles.
Do you think it was the Imperium who did it?
No.
You know they are a danger and a threat. We've had no new
course.
Aslan on board either.
I've considered both the Imperium and the Aslan, but why would they do something so callous as Lady Hill? Why not yourself, Lord? Why not make sure that defenses were down? Not
Yes.
just information.
Well, if you have any, you can find anything in your mother's papers that might speak to it. That would be helpful. Motive is important. I will speak with this, Rucker. Largest
Where is my
landowner,
father's
yes.
body?
We're holding them in the crematorium. We would not, neither your mother nor your father would we transform without your presence. They're being held for you. And you must know that we have already done our forensics on them, respectfully. I'm very sorry for your loss. Your loss is my loss. Your loss. The sun dims.
The
And,
sun dims.
Lord Terrica, to you as well. I'm sorry for your loss, the sun dims. Admiral, you can... The Duke is staying in the royal quarters. I'm very sorry. And please do not take this as disrespect that I have not yet announced the deaths to the palace, to us all.
No.
I just felt it should wait until after we catch the criminal.
Yes, of course.
And please note, while it is no secret I do not approve of the dishonor of piracy, this is no way reflects on you all. I know that all of you here are just doing your duty to the king. Liege, Terrica, Lord Terrica, Admiral. Let me be the first to congratulate you, Marquis Severus. I'll be on my way. And you, Solomani, I take it by the accent.
Yes, that would be correct. Quint Vesper.
Quint. Yes, you've seen your records. You're a member of the ship, and you must be Wesley because you are human, and you must be Evan. Welcome to Drinax, all of you. I'm sorry for the difficulty under which it's happened. We are the heart of the Reaches. And we will give you all great honor. You do not have to stay on the ship if you do not wish. There are quarters being made up for you in the palace. The ambassadorial suite. You may stay there if you wish. By the way, Rucker has said that he wishes to meet with you, Lord Terrica, at your earliest convenience so you can discuss, I don't know, something about the ceremony, the banquet. But I would also note that I do not recommend having this banquet until after we find the crew. And you can see he's upset again, obviously. Clearly he's been getting a lot of people telling him what to do.
Yeah.
Then, feeling that, Val would say, "That is sound advice, Lord. I think we shall take it."
It would go a long way if I have your support in holding off on all of these ceremonies.
Absolutely. And as
Consider
you
it
have already
done.
shown, we can count on your support as well.
Yes, indeed, of course. Well, I will have to speak with the princess and king and alert her to the current events, and that you all have agreed to wait on these ceremonies.
Yes.
Fine. And Admiral Severance,
Yes.
if you would, I would ask for your company in a few days' time after all of this is passed. I would like to go flying with you and discuss your vision. Just a few things, if you don't mind.
Flying in the ship or flying with one of those cool jetpacks you have?
Well, yes. Flying with the pack, of course.
Name a time and a place.
Good. And he gives a very sort of a bow to equals. He's got good styling. Some people would not know that. Some people would. He's got good styling, and he clearly works out still. And he takes his leave. And he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. Liege and Lord Terrica, I will make sure there's a detachment in front of the ship. And I will question everyone. Well, off people from outside the palace first." And he walks out with a deep, deep sort of bow with a turn in it.
Terrica will do the accompanying response with the toe angled to the back as you slide down and come back up.
Val will do
I
it, but
will have to
as
go.
a complimentary bow to Terrica. He doesn't do a formal
Aw.
bow for the Lord, but the complimentary one for Terrica.
Yeah, because there is a structure.
Severance
right?
will also bow, but he'll sign it with his own little wiggle.
And there's like this moment where there's just like a little bit of a he knows, and he just stops. He goes, "Huh." There's a little smile, and he goes, "I have not seen that particular style in a very long time."
Mm-hmm.
It's my grandfather, and he just sort of
Yes.
what he's picking up on is sort of like the Vespexer dialect that you did, that reminded him of someone from a long time ago. And he just sort of, it's the first time you see him smile, actually. It's like a little bit of like, because it's good to have you here, Admiral. I'm looking forward to you bringing grounding. And again, he's clearly mad at somebody as he sort of heads out. He goes, Quint Vesper, an honor. And he gives a bow that is not nearly as dancey, and that if you didn't know how to dance, you could
it's
probably
to
also do it.
foreigners. Yeah.
It's the foreigner bow. It's the foreignner's bow. And he sort of
I
heads
will
out.
do a Solomani to bow in return, and it's a fancy one because he is a fancy person.
And he sort of nods and goes, "We're going to have to organize that." And he just starts saying as he's walking out, we have to organize an official Drinaxian wedding now to make it official. There'll have to be the dance. And he goes, "I'm sorry, Lord Terrica, do you need help with the betrothal dances, the wedding dances, and then also making it official dances? Do you have them all?"
Thank you, Lord. I'm set. I was trained well.
And that you can just see like in his, the question is like, where would you get trained? Like that, like, but he doesn't question it because, you know, you're now Lord Terrica, and he heads out.
As
Taking
soon
his
as he's
guards with him.
gone, as soon as he's gone, and we're out of earshot of bodyguards and even like Wesley and shit like that.
Well,
as
because
soon
Wesley's right there, and Wesley just goes, I didn't know you were married.
Good work, everyone. That was great.
Oh,
his
did you
his
get-
face falls. He looks at Wesley. He looks at Terrica. It won't take him long to figure out that's not true.
Wait, it's not true?
Of course not. But it was great thinking, though.
Wait, I just figured you got married on a scene when I was in recovery. I mean, you make a good couple.
That would
Except
be,
for all
that
the
would be. Did that happen?
sex.
I thought this was all a
Can I just kick Wesley under the table a little bit?
great. It's a great point.
Ow. Ow. Wesley stops, looks, and is like, okay, well, this food was really, really strange. I liked it. It was very... I'm going to, go. Okay, and
It's a great
Wesley's
idea,
just like,
Wesley.
"There's a-
Check on the thing.
Yes,
So I
I've got
wasted.
the thing to check on.
You do.
Yep, okay. Well,
Yes.
all right. I'm going. And Wesley's
Goodbye,
just like, there's a
Wesley.
weird vibe right here. Okay, bye. And he gets up,
Okay, bye.
and he goes, and then all of a sudden he's gone for like 2 minutes, and then he comes back, and he's like, and Helma is following him, and she's like, well, the dance, and he's like, and like he's trying to escape Helma, who has caught him, and who like, you may not know this, but apparently there's gonna be a dance that he's organizing on this ship, and she's got ideas for it,
I
and
hate this. I hate
he's
this
like-
so much.
he's like, Admiral, didn't you want me to do work? Work somewhere?
Terrica will kick Severance. Well, oh wait, they're not sitting at the table. They will like give
No,
Severance.
I
a
would
look.
like everyone to enjoy the meal, please. I feel like only I and Quint have been enjoying it this entire time. Please sit down, Wesley.
Wesley sits down.
I needed you to go and take a look at the routes between the conductors. You know they've been
Right.
out of whack since we landed.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Helma, passengers have to be in their quarters. And Helma heads back to the one
Are those
space she's
kids
got.
leaving?
He goes down. Yeah.
He was trying to avoid her. Terrica will say that as they like not like slap, but like lightly, back of the hand on Severance's arm.
And
You
Evan
didn't have to do that,
clears
Val.
plates and is like, well, I'm going to. It seems like there's a... He just points to Val, Terrica, and then also Quint. I'm going to be doing some reading. And he heads off.
Let's see what the big deal is. But I think this ruse is fantastic. I do agree with Val, though it will not take them long before they figure out it is not true. So how will we continue to unless we wanted to make it official?
What about forged documents? What about
What about forged documents? I could easily do that. Do you want me to forge
I
documents?
could help with
easily-
that. Yes.
I get your forged documents by 3.
It has to
Where
be
is?
registered.
That's easy. I can do that.
The Imperial will challenge it.
He's right. Besides, do you
Well,
really
he
want to be a
might not
lord?
challenge it that hard much.
Well, you just say the word. I'll go forge it. It's easy. Right after his meal.
I just needed a. I just needed to not follow my mother's plan for 1 minute.
From what I know of Duke Hendricks, he was not particularly keen on the wedding, so I don't think it will take a lot of convincing to persuade it not to happen.
Okay, so maybe we just have that conversation then. But now Lord Wrax Thanks.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Point of order,
Before we fly.
you're gonna have to redo the wedding. You're gonna have to redo the wedding ceremony on the palace. So, whether you're married or not right now, there's another wedding looming, a part two, an official. Because Rex got the idea that you probably got married off on some random planet somewhere far away. So has to be redone here.
Oh,
Yep.
God.
Right, of course. So even if we did, I mean, this is my idea, by the way. I mean, I'm gonna claim it. So hey, wait. I just had a strike of genius. If this was to be made off planet, it would still have to be made official here. So, whether or not we forge the documents, we could then forge the wedding ceremony here. Therefore, be like, in lieu of Lord or Duke Ritz von
Hendrix.
Cracker Barrel. What was his name?
Duke Hendrix.
Duke Hendrix. In lieu of Duke Hendrix's and
His friends call him Jimmy.
right, that's it. And Val has already been Lord Terrica. How's that?
Are you
And then we
even
do and then we all do our ceremonial bows and pirouettes, and then we all drink, and we as in you all, and then I don't. It's a great idea, don't you think, Lord Wilson? As he looks towards his bodyguard,
And
who's
Lord Wilson is
behind him
like-
this whole time.
Yeah, the
Oh, I think.
entire time,
Oh,
Lord
he
Wilson's
was.
just right
Oh
there.
God.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he's just sort of like the back of the hand. Ah! Like he's just
And Lord
been
Wilson's
old
like-
buddies this whole time.
Lord Wilson's just like, he's got that kind of like,
That's right.
I see, hear nothing, but I just give you that high five.
Of course, yes. I have to like reach up because I'm sitting still.
Perfect bodyguard movement.
Yeah, perfect.
Because Lord Wilson has been one of the bodyguards for Terrica's family for like Terrica's entire life.
Like, wasn't he one of the ones that was there with Lady Hill? Yeah, yeah. Because Terrica brought the bodyguards that they knew they could ask.
Yeah, yeah. Those were the two.
Terrica.
Raffi and Wilson.
So he is aware of
Raffi
the
and
family
Wilson.
dynamic and is not surprised, is basically what this is.
Yeah.
A little bit.
There's a lot of framing that's a little bit difficult. So like you don't always know what the dynamic is when people are always lying, even when they're
Fair.
at dinner and behind closed doors. So like the dynamic is always a little bit weird, but you know,
Yeah.
Kind of.
You know, he's used to weird. It's fine.
yeah.
Not the first time he's had weird conversations with Terrica in the room, or there have been
Nope.
weird conversations with Terrica in the room.
Yep.
Val would step forward and grab one of the fish skins and dip it into the dipping stuff, the same that Quint was drinking.
Yeah.
Dips it in.
By the way,
and
Val, some of the food here is from a seam, right? Because
What?
Drinax now gets to eat
Oh, right.
because
That's
of a
right.
seam.
yeah, that's
but-
a seam is the buffet for Drinax.
Mm-hmm.
So he would dip it in and take a bite of it, and he would look at Severance and he would say, "Admiral, you always know how to fly a good ship and keep a good table." And he would walk to the doorway that leads back to the quarters, and he would turn around and say, "We should get the fuck out of here as soon as we can." And he would go to his room.
That is an option. We could get out of here
We need
as soon
to.
as we can.
We need to pin
Like-
this on Rucker.
Right after the ceremony. What? The ceremony? You're gonna marry You're gonna marry Rucker?
No. 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 We need to pin the murders on Rucker.
Oh. Yes. That is a
I have-
brilliant idea.
I have some things that can help us do that.
Do you? Oh, Val has still never seen the dossier. Still hasn't seen it.
No, Terrica hasn't shown the dossier to anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're also in this moment. All they're thinking is like, is Val actually like okay with any of this? Like, they don't. They've got 10,000 thoughts, and they don't have a single one that they're hanging on to right now, because it's too much. There's been murders, there's been like learning so much about Val. They literally just told Val they love him, and then there was not anything, and then they left the room. So like there's just, they've got their head is pinging in like 10,000 different places right now.
Admiral, you have a guest waiting, wishing to board the Gambler.
Who is it?
Duke Hendricks is calling
Oh my god.
on Liege Terrica.
Oh my god.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, nobody panic.
Nobody
Wishes
panic?
permission to board.
Quint
Yes,
has
thank you. I
internal
heard
panic
you.
written all over their face right now.
I will.
That's the end of the episode, everybody. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh man.
It's perfect.
By the way, Val, you also did hear that because the non-Sioux is broadcasting. The only people who can't hear it are the civilian passengers in their rooms. But yeah, you all know. I will also note that Duke Hendricks does not know that you're married to Lord Terrica.
They're so good.
But does know you're here.
Shit, it'll be fine.
Can't run away when you're in the ship. No.
I can't run away.
That's yep. Nope.
I'll just run into the grebe pit. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna be like, "Hello, grebes."
Run into the grebe bit.
That is, well, you two are gonna get married now, unless you escape, because they're gonna want to do a ceremony.
They're gonna want to do it. They're gonna want to do it.
They're all
Just
about
keep
tradition.
putting it off until,
they're
and
all
then we
about
flee
ritual.
early,
Yep.
Uh-oh.
or get married.
Spaghetti-o.
Oh.
Well, now, and you know what? If you do, that's exactly what Ruby wants, and so then
Well, it'd be-
everything's great.
It'd be sad if he got pinned for murders before that happened or something. That'd be weird.
What is the likelihood
I
that's
liter-
gonna happen?
I literally texted Greg like out of the frying pan into the fryer, like into the fire. Like there's just no.
Yeah,
like,
we were talking the whole time. I'm like, we should tell him that we're married. And Terrica was, or he's like, you tell him. I was like, no, you tell him.
You do it. You do it.
No, you.
Now's your chance, dude. Do it.
Yeah, I totally chickened out on that.
I thought it worked
Full
well though.
credit for that
Terrica
cowardice.
just like
Terrica doing it.
Terrica
yeah,
just
I
being
thought that was
like,
perfect.
"Oh,
Yeah.
I'm married," without saying who it was, and then Val
was great.
inevitably like stepping in because Terrica's just panicking right now.
And
That was
Quint's
so
sitting
cool.
here going,
They got
"This
nothing
is why Val
and
was
everything.
so mad at me, because
Yes,
Quint didn't
because
know
they're
it
married.
was a ruse."
They were secretly married. And of
This
course,
whole
Lord Wrax is like,
time.
wait,
This explains so much.
yeah. And like Lord Wrax is like, oh, they're married. Oh man. Okay, hold on. There's a lot of paperwork that goes with this, and there's like books that need to
I
be like. There's a
loved
lot of
his
stuff
reaction.
that needs
Yeah.
to happen, and he's like, okay, this is super awkward. It might be an international incident, not great, but also there's like scrolls that need to have names put on them. Like there's a whole thing. There's
Yeah.
ritual and a lot of dance that has to happen, and like
So
I'm
much
in the middle of a
dancing.
murder investigation.
So much dancing.
Middle of a murder investigation. Okay, so that was amazing. I had to cut it with the we had to have the cliffhanger of the fiance showing up because
Who's
Yeah.
fiance? Sorry,
That's right.
just me stirring the pot now.
You have a fiance. I've never been engaged or married. or anything.
Okay. My bad.
Yeah, your
I'm s-
fiance.
I'm sorry. People in the Cirque cannot get married.
Exactly.
Their whole entire
Oh.
lives are dedicated to the Cirque. They
Yeah,
also
but
cannot
wait.
leave the compound where the Cirque is. Everyone
But he's not
who's
in the
Cirque,
Cirque anymore.
I suppose he's not, but he's also perhaps wanted for murder. But anyway,
Oops.
Well,
I didn't do
potato,
it that time.
potato.
anyhow, so lovely. I would like you to note that the professor has left a couple of notes to Severance, being like, "When do I get to meet the king? I've got to show him my."
Oh, right. Yeah, I do have to do
I've
that.
got the treasure globe. Like,
I
the
know, I
professor
do.
is like, "We're here."
Sorry.
Like, I want to see the king. But of course, the problem is that there's a murderer going around. The murderer's dead, but nobody knows that. So there's a bit of a disruption of, the professor wants to see the king. Probably should see the princess since she's very influential in court. But that's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. So if we could, I'm just very excited. Could we all go around and say who we are, who we're playing, give love. I will note that Sue is still not back. Just noting it.
Wait, Sue isn't back still?
No, the
That's
computer.
That's right, because the
doing the
computer has been
announcements.
going. That's right. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my God.
Sue is not back yet. Just going to note it.
That's bad. Well, that's good. Bad. That's good. Bad.
Is it? It is what it is. I
It's-
wonder where
it
Sue
is.
is.
It is.
I wonder why Sue's not back yet. I wonder.
In a corporeal form this time. Oh,
In a
boy.
corporeal form, hanging out with Ruby.
Not
was the last
bad.
time you saw
Not a bad
Sue.
thing at all.
I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
I hope Sue's okay. Anyhow,
hope
if you would
Sue.
just say who you are, where we can find you, give some love to the rest of the cast, and yeah. Next week we have fiancés meeting, and apparently, after meeting with Lady Hill, Duke Hendricks broke back into the Rapenhausen
Yeah.
quarters for some reason.
Yeah, that's weird.
I mean,
That is
I
pretty
think
weird.
we know.
That's pretty
I
weird.
have no idea.
But I don't think anybody else, well, I don't think Terrica knows. They don't understand yet. There's a certain mask on a mantle.
There is a
Isn't that
certain mask.
interesting?
A certain mask that maybe Duke Hendricks knows. And is like, what is that doing here? Maybe I can still, but
I'm
it's
gonna
attached to
take it.
but I can't because it's attached to the mantelpiece. Okay,
Diplomatic
But-
immunity.
Right.
Diplomatic community.
That is
Yeah.
so silly.
Mm.
It's just been revoked. If anybody's seen Lethal Weapon 2.
Yes. Lord Wrax would love to revoke a whole bunch of diplomatic immunity. He doesn't, but whatever. So, let's start with the brand new noble. I think the person who is the one who is most excited about their noble status, Lord
Terrica.
Terrica. Lord Terrica, not Liege Terrica, but Lord Terrica.
Both.
Lord Terrica.
Both of them
Yeah.
really
yeah.
like being noble.
Yeah. They really do. But our newest noble, Lord Terrica. Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? And please give some love. And, how are you feeling about now being brought into the ranks of nobility just as your dad always wanted?
I fucking hate it. I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it a lot. And this isn't Val. This is Val hating it, and this is Greg like really fucking hating it. But it's awesome.
This
Does
is
it
what
make
you
for a
do.
great show? Okay, let me tell.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do with the last one first here, just real quick. I don't want to
Yeah.
ramble on, but
Yeah.
this was a really weird situation for me because Val's like in my head, like screaming,
Yeah.
no, fucking don't
Yeah.
do this. This fucks things up really
Yeah.
bad. And I'm like, we should do this. And Val's screaming at me, no, whatever you do, don't do this. And the funny thing is, as soon as like I made the suggestion and Ari and I were working through it and everything, as soon as it happened, I felt like I was like, I'm not sure this was the right move. And Val in my head was like, no shit, dumbass. This was the worst fucking move we could have done. And it was one of the weirdest experiences I've had RPing because I felt this dread. And honest to God, I realized it wasn't me. It was Val who was fucking like weirded out by all this. So I had a really weird, like out of body moment. I'm going to go back and watch my face when that happened because there was
really
something
cool.
going on, right? There was really some weird shit going on. Hi, everybody. My name's Greg. I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey here on this beloved show that I get to hang out on every Friday with all of you lovely folks. If at some point when it's not a Friday, if you would like to jump over to YouTube, I am Warp Reactor over there, and I do reaction videos for a whole mess of sci-fi shit. So jump on over there, and great community. We have a lot of fun folks that are very knowledgeable on a lot of things that I know shit about. So thank God I have great guides. Come over and help me out. It's really fun. But the love for this is, I mean, okay, so I'm just going to go through this. Severance, Cord, you play this character so immaculately.
Oh my God. So good.
It's you're able to present this character in a way that runs the spectrum of emotion. I can be pissed at this character. I'm like, this motherfucker, like this guy just wants to get away. He wants to go do work. And you're like, sit down and eat. I'm like, you fucking asshole. And I love it. There's just so many things that you do, and you never compromise with Severance, which is, that's the thing I love. Whether it's sitting down to eat or it's a fucking like knife edge, razor's edge moment, he doesn't compromise, and I love that. He will fight the Harlock for titles. It is just it's a wonderful thing to behold, because in that moment, in that definition of Severance, I see Cord, and I see Cord working his ass off to make it look effortless, to make this presentation and this production of this character look and just feel so natural. But dude, I know it. I know you, and I know how fucking hard you're working at this guy, and I fucking appreciate it so much. It's amazing, dude. It's amazing, and it's a joy to watch every Friday. Again, everybody, I don't know if you know this, and I'm not going to out Lindy for Lindy is sick as shit, and Lindy was able to absolutely rock opened up this episode with a huge fucking scene, and again, rocking a temperature. I'm outing you completely, Lindy. I mean, she's sick. She shouldn't be here, but she is.
I know,
and that is all you need to know about Lindy. Everybody said, "Don't be here. You're sick." Lindy's here. Lindy is RPing her ass off. She always does. And she always has over the damn near, 6-7 years now, Lindy, that it's been that we have RP'd.
Almost 7, almost 8. Yeah.
Almost 8, yep. And so, friends, if you ever needed to know and you had to boil Lindy down to a core tent pole for what makes her up, it's this: dedication to craft. Much like Cord, it's a dedication to the art form no matter what. And I can't not love everything about Lindy and Cord and all of these lovely people. Trooper, you manipulate this world in the best, most positive way. You are able to work each of these characters. And when you have a design for a character, I've seldom run across a GM who does this. When you have a design for a character, you, much like Cord, don't compromise. I can look and say, let me do an insight check on this fucker. And you in your mind say, this guy's an honorable guy. And I kind of get a little pissed at this. So I love it. You stick to your guns. You don't manipulate anything to spice something up for a second. You've got a spice going on. You've got the recipe already made, buddy. And the meal is one, much like Severance's, that I will sit down and eat from each and every time. And my dear Ari, having a scene partner like you is an absolute revelation. It is a joy. It is something to look forward to and dread simultaneously, as both Val and I know that we need to up our fucking game to the stratosphere just to keep you in sight. You are so far fucking ahead, and I am just sprinting just to keep you on the horizon line. It is a wonder to behold. You are a fucking fabulous scene partner, and if it's not to state it this way, I can give no higher praise. My friends, thank you all. Chat, thank you for your absolute kindness, your support, and your passion for this project. I love you all, and I will be here next Friday with motherfucking bells on.
Also, chat, we need a title for this episode. We have to have a title. Speaking of titles, one of the other titled people, who has got. They don't have all the details yet, but brand new titles would be Severance, played by Cord, whose admiral has been risen up the ranks of nobility. It hasn't been made official yet, but it's coming. Who are you? Where can we find you? And, give some love.
Hey everyone, it's me, Cord, or Mythomatic. I play Captain Baron Severance. This is great. The episode was amazing. I loved. There were so many great things that happened tonight. I loved that, Trooper, your beginning questions. Sometimes I'm like, why are we asking these questions? What is this question? What does it have to do with anything today? Like today, especially, I was like, why is this going to matter? But it gave me something that I can hold on to for the whole
Yeah.
time, right? So like
Yeah.
I like even like just for me, it was helpful for me to give my character something to hold on to, and that was
Yeah.
his joy for this stupid meal, and
Yeah.
it's like for him it was a family meal finally. Like he's made
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
before. He's tried to
Yeah.
do a Drinaxian meal before, but he sucks at cooking. So this time he went and got delivery. But like,
Yeah.
but and so I feel
Point
like
of order. Point of order. I actually think you're probably better at it now because you got all of your memories
probably
back. Your memories have been
that's
unscrambled,
true.
and
Yeah.
it has been established that you were at one point in time quite good at cooking. But then
Hmm.
all the mind erasure has kind of done a number on Severance,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Severance lost quite a bit of himself in many ways, right? As he was
Yeah.
just parts of himself just erased continuously, psionically. But now that everything's there, not just yours, but also Marrymore's, you don't have Marrymore's at like, you have to go in and get Marrymore's memories because it's just
Yeah.
too much to have,
That's why it's a skill. I have a
hundreds of thousands.
psionic skill now, or a power that
Yeah.
is, to
That
grab
is to
that.
get that. But you
Yeah.
have all of yours, which means that maybe you can cook again. Maybe it's some of those things that you used to have,
Right.
the smells, the scents, all those things you talked about, like those are back now.
Yeah, it was so just like having just so thank you for
Yeah.
Trooper for giving us those little nuggets that we can hold on to, or they can just wash away and we can continue. We can do what we are doing naturally. Or if you're like me and are like, well, we're trying to just sit down and have a meal, everyone. It was just fun because it let me it gave my character like a story spine for the episode that I could cling on to, where I know that he is going to, and I don't need to have that. What was the word you used, Greg? Severance doesn't.
Compromise.
Compromise, yeah.
Right. So thank
Yeah.
you, compromise.
Yeah.
It was something I can hold on to, so I don't have to have any sort of compromise. So thank you, Trooper, for letting so it was easier for me having something like that to hold on to. So thank you for those questions. It also helps get us into character where we don't realize like, oh, hi everybody, it's me, blah blah blah, and then now we got to do this question, and then now we're in character. And even today for me, and I'm blabbering, but like I always do this. But for me earlier, I blabbered. It was like a quick question, and then it blabbered into something longer because you can sort of, and I feel it, and I'm sure you could see it when I start to then get into the mindset of Severance. So just thank you for those little things, because you don't realize how helpful they are for us. So thank you for that. And Greg, your performance of Val today was amazing, and especially last week too. But that was last week's love. But like going into, like we started the episode with Val in the same energy from last week. It's been 7 days, 7 real life days, and you've had your entire life not thinking about Val, and then showing up, and then stepping right back into where he was last week, or the last moments before in narrative, and that was amazing to see you blink back the tears, the emotion, the struggle was beautiful to watch. It was masterful. Just seeing your character once, like I said, go right back to where he was still a bit struggling, but there were still moments of negative, dramatic responses, like, "No, we don't need to. He's lying." Like those sort of things. Was like really well done because that's exactly where we left him last time. It was just so cool to see you pick him back up, even with. And it was funny because like I got to hold on to the question in the beginning. You said he's drinking, but still you got to think about the character, think about what he would do if he was eating or drinking or whatever it is that for his meal, and then you still went right back into where you were. So it was just awesome to see. So thank you for showing us that, and it's just amazing. Ari, everything that you do with Terrica has been amazing, and everything that you do for the the character and your narrative. My brain is starting to capsize because it's late and I didn't have my meds. The way that you storytell through, once again, action, but also Terrica does the same, where Terrica gets to always sort of mimic and flow with the current of the politics, and including the culture that they're on as well. Like they're on the they're now in Drinax, and they have a background in nobility, and now they have to like meld seamlessly into the culture of this dying politics. So it was just amazing to see, to have that, and with just there's so many like dramatic narrative balls in the air that it's hard for me to keep track of. Okay, where does this? So Lady Hill is okay, and then we have okay, and you're able to seamlessly, and like even the scene in the hallway where Terrica is being dragged essentially to the med bay so they can have that conversation. There was still a very important conversation they needed to have, and Severn's like, "Hey, and blah blah blah," and just like it's sort of this interrupting thing where don't miss dinner, and then Terrica and Ari is able to have the scene respectfully, and then go and have this beautiful scene that needs to be done, that like still needing to take care of Val in that moment. It was just beautiful. It's beautiful to watch. I just love watching both of your characters flourish. It is so awesome. Lindy, it's been amazing being able to play with you tonight and seeing and having you go out by yourself was good. But I also really liked that we had that moment where I think Severance was like, listen, I haven't trusted you this long, but you really need to watch your ass here. And so it was just like, I just really loved that, and you being able to be like, well, I went and saw this, and just having Quint like sort of melt in that moment, and to see and appreciate the art of Drinax versus what I think Severance thought was like, oh, Quint's going off to go do reconnaissance so they can murder the king.
Screw us over.
Right? Because that's just Quint can never go to the throne room because Quint's going to just, for the Imperium, is just going to assassinate the Drinax. No way. So it's those things. Anyway, but just loved every moment of tonight. I'm so happy you're here, and there was a moment in the middle of the show where I was like, you know who doesn't sound sick anymore? Lindy. Lindy is like, you were one, and not like she's faking it, but like the got her. No, it was like you were able to, because when we started the call, you were very, hi everyone, hey, and like your energy started to then, like when you got into character and then when you started to perform and play with us, I was able to go, wait, she's sick, I forgot. It was just so awesome because you were able to get into character and get into the mode and to play, and that was fun. And you weren't working, right? Because when you're all sick and you join a call or you go to a meeting, and you just don't want to be there, or you're tired, or blah blah blah. Yeah. That washed away by watching you perform, and you were actually able to play tonight. And I'm happy you did, and it brought me joy to see you having that joy. So that's my love. I love you all. Thank you everybody for this every week. I can't wait for next week. You're all great. That's it. That's enough for me.
So next up, full of joy and also perhaps sinus fluids,
germs
would be
joy and germs.
Joy and germs would be Lindy. Lindy, who are you? Where can we find you? And give some love.
Oh my gosh, hi, it's me, Laugh Live Lindy. I said at the beginning before we started, I was like, don't you dare try to take me away from my like healing regimen or something. I need this. This is medicine right here.
And so?
Yeah, and I will also just say that I think my fever is breaking maybe a little bit because I am super duper sweaty and it's really gross right now.
Oh.
So that
Is that
can't
what that
be
means?
luckily.
Duke Hendricks is right outside the door, and you're sweaty and gross. I feel like that's the best
Just
time.
super sweaty. I feel like Quint
Perfect.
isn't, but I am. And I'm also happy that I should hopefully be over this by next week, so I can be
Yay.
ready for maximum impact for next session. Because that's gonna be a whole doozy. I'm gonna start with love. My love, 100% to Cord. When I came back onto the ship and you were like, what were you scheming, basically? You were, what are your machinations or plots? And Quinn is like, what was the first plot that I did? I'm unaware of this, like, first plot. Like, my next plot, like, my second plot? Could you elaborate further? And then you just
I don't think he wanted to admit that in his head something already happened. Or already did something before. He must have.
Quinn's like, when did I do anything other than try to make sure
Don't
this
change the
ship...
subject.
I loved it. I loved it so much. I absolutely loved it. And then him asking the actual right questions to get that kind of a response from Quint.
Yeah.
Which probably helped from being buttered up by that really immersive experience earlier of just being like, oh, that was a whole thing. So I thought that was a really nice moment between Severance and Quint. Of Severance keeps trying to find something with Quint. Quint's just like, I don't know, man. So I liked that this was that moment, but with an insight check, and you actually got to be like, okay, all right. I loved that. I can't wait to see how more of these go in the future, because I know there'll be more. I also really loved Terrica just being like, I'm married. Yep, can't have the wedding because I'm already married. And of course
Poor
that
Lord
being
Wrax.
everything that Val doesn't want. But it's also playing along with it. I loved you two playing along, giving, and immediately afterwards being like, forgetting the bodyguard was there. I like how everyone acted like such a noble that they forgot the bodyguard was there, because I didn't forget the bodyguard was there. I'm like, are we just talking in front of the... Okay, I guess this... Because I was very careful about what I said.
Oh, yeah, he's
so I was
replacing,
like, well,
he's replacing the Arvarger. I forgot his name.
yeah.
Evan.
that
He's
was
replacing
fine.
Evan. He's already
So
on
that
the
was very
paperwork.
amusing to me. It's yeah, you're not a noble, but you're also ignoring the bodyguard in this very important conversation. Cool. Love that. Just brought me joy. And of course, just the emotional scene between the two of you guys was great, between Val and Terrica. That was just really good. Getting back to the ship, slowing down on the flight to let Terrica enjoy it a little longer. It was really nice from all of you guys. That was just really fun. And of course, the subtle being like, hey, this guy, you should look into this guy, without us completely throwing him under the bus yet because we haven't doctored up some paperwork. But that guy, you should talk to those off-worlders. It wouldn't be the Imperials. Check the other off-worlders. I liked that, like, directioning, pointing subtly. I feel like Wrax is maybe not the most subtle guy, though. Maybe he needed a little bit more overt, but we got the paperwork for that. We'll handle it. I can't wait.
He's
to
under a
forge
lot
some
of stress
paperwork.
right now. There's a lot going on.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. And then you said you were married already, so that was more stress for him. Maybe you guys should just actually get married. And then we'll frame Val's dad.
Lord
and hopefully
Hill
gets the
would
death
be the one
sentence.
who would do a lot of this. Lord Hill would do a lot of that
Yeah.
stuff, and Lord Hill is dead.
And I was going to offer to go with Severance to break the news to Lord Hendricks, but he's here, so that's fine. That's great.
He's here.
He's here. I love Trooper for having everyone just knock on the door to the gambler this evening. That was great. Just being like, delivery. It's Lord Wrax.
Well, they're
it's Duke
polite.
Hendricks. Oh, episode's ended. That's all you get.
I mean,
So sad.
protocol.
Yeah, and also for your wonderful descriptions of the floating palace, and all the stuff, because it was Quint's still the person who hadn't been here before, so
That's right.
it's probably also a good reminder, a refresher for the audience of what all this place looks like and the technology and stuff that is here. So that was really
Not
fun. I
bad
can't
technology.
wait. I can't wait for more. This is so much fun. You can find me online at Laugh Plague Ridden Love Lindy. Just Laugh Lindy, actually. and I play in and GM tabletop RPGs. We're on a bi-weekly schedule for D&D on my channel, so there will be no D&D next week, but the week after there will be our Mondays in Exandria game and our Ghosts of Saltmarsh game, where everything is totally fine. We're not long resting, and there's no big reward money for a super simple job, which means it's not a super simple job. It'll be great. But we do probably have our Good Society finale next week. So that'll be
We got to play
stressful,
Microscope
delicious, exciting. We
Wednesday.
we played
great.
Microscope a couple days ago, yeah. But next week, Good Society, fingers crossed. Everyone will be there. And I think that's all for me. Is there anything else? Did I miss things? I don't think I missed things.
Before I go, I'm going to read out the messages from our tips and bits, because tips and bits helps me pay them. So we got 100, and again, obviously they clearly need a lot of therapy from what I do to them. So we got 100 bits from Rissa, our mod, who was, for some reason, Twitch has all these bots have showed up in the last month. I don't know what's up with that. So our mods are very busy. So thank you. And Ari, did you go? No. Well, then never mind. Then I'm not.
I was
You saved the
ready
most
to
noble for
slink
last.
out, just like
No,
super
no, no
subtly.
I was
out.
typing.
I
don't believe
Here's
that
the
Ari.
thing. Wait, and it's actually really important because I don't want Ari to be left off of the hot seat. So Ari,
I was
Just
so
treated Ari
close,
like the
you guys.
bodyguard.
You guys
You were
all could have
like,
been
No.
quiet.
Ignore.
no. So the can I tell you something, Ari?
Sure.
I was gonna wait
yeah,
until after,
Absolutely.
but because of the snafu, I'll have to tell you that you're present now. Would you like to know you're present?
I would absolutely love a present as I sit in the hot seat. That sounds great.
So you know how Lord Terrica is now a noble and gets all of the rights and honors of nobility.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know how nobles in our past basically could not be prosecuted except by other nobles. And there's a lot of various sort of diplomatic immunities that they have.
Isn't that you know, now that you bring that up, that actually solves a lot of things.
You know who's now also tied into nobility? That you're married now?
No. He can't
Yes. 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 So now Papa, Daddy Lord Terrica now also has various protections.
be.
Being the father.
Time for a
Of
real
Lord
quick
Terrica.
divorce.
Yep. It's been great, Val.
I'm just
Wait a
noting that
second.
somebody just got what they wanted. So, and when Greg was like, "Oh no, I bet this was a bad idea." Why would it be a bad idea? Now Lord Ruby, once it all gets finalized, gets to have everything he wanted, which includes. See, it's not about the title; it's about the power.
That happened
But-
before the
Just have
ceremony.
to admit it was a
But-
ruse.
Red wedding.
It's not official yet.
That's right.
It's
It's not
not
official
It's
yet.
true.
We still have
True.
some
So
time.
it was a delaying action.
There's a delay
Also,
action.
the only question Terrica had in their mind at the end of that scene was like, Val, did you actually want to do is this anything you wanted? Which they haven't asked yet. So
Which I
never
love about
know.
these two is they never communicate properly. They only half communicate, and so then this happens.
Yep.
But I would just like to point out that even though it's not official, things about nobility is that their word is often law. So, and there's a whole honor thing. So if you say that they're married, they're going to believe you. And especially if you got married in a scene, which is 6 months away or whatever. So y'all are married. So they're going to
no.
they immediately treated Val like Lord Terrica. Immediately. And that's just going to be how it is. They want to go through the ceremony and make it official here, of course. But interim, you're going to get all of the treatment that one would do. And good old Ruby's Ruby doesn't know it yet, though. But, anyway, so that's my present to you.
God.
So who
You will
are
never
you?
know
Where
it.
can we
You will
find
never
you?
know.
Technically,
so
they also
lame.
don't know he's Val's dad right now, so if we act real
That is correct.
fast.
That
Yep.
you have to act fast.
That's what I'm
You have to
counting
act
on
fast.
right there. No, he can't out himself yet. We've got a few minutes. We've got some time.
Yeah.
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 Literally
We have at
minutes, I
least an
think.
episode or two.
Yeah, you have at least an episode because he doesn't know yet. And he, his plan is to announce that he's your dad as soon as you get married.
If only we had
Right,
a
because then-
psionic,
Of course.
like a
Because
psionic assassin on board. We could ask to do it something like this, you know?
Where do we find one of those?
Yeah, one of
I
those
don't know where to
What?
find a sign
If
like this.
We
only
just
we could
teleport
have, it's
in
like
and
yeah.
yeah,
Maybe if
Huh.
it was like
or a
if they were
spy
like if
with
she
a
was connected
giant
to like the
mono
murder
blade.
twin half, like it could just,
yeah.
know.
I mean, I could chop them in half, but that means there's some mess involved.
Oh,
That's
wait.
all.
Okay.
Wait. No.
No,
I
you're
feel
right.
like Val would know how to clean up a mess. I'm just gonna put that out there. Just
I mean, I do too, but people might ask questions like, "Where has this guy gone? Why are the grebes so full?" You know, I've cleaned up a body on this ship before.
Airlocks. Who are you?
Sorry,
Where can we
Ari.
find you? And please give some love.
I
Liege
almost dodged
Terrica,
the hot seat
now
twice.
Almost.
with your own attachment.
Yeah, well, that's fun. Okay,
Your
so
spouse.
yes, spouse. That's great. I'm sure that's gonna be totally fine. So, so much love for tonight. In fact, let's just start there. With Greg sending me the text of like, I'm so tempted to do this, and me being like, yeah, let's. That sounds like, why not? But really, it's just like there's all of these little things that like Val has done along the way to like show where he stands and show who he is in all of the ways, right, including the murdery ways.
Murder.
Yeah. But it always feels like there's more to uncover about Val, and there's like deeper layers that you have because you've like fleshed out this character so fully. And earlier you said something to the effect of like you feel like you're running to catch up with me. Frankly, I feel like I'm running to catch up with you, man. So thank you. It is so much fun. So much fucking fun every time. And Cord, what was it you said? I typed it into one of these chats. It was something about the
kids?
kids, about we're gonna space them. Yeah, like maybe, I don't know, maybe not yet. And it's just like
Are you gonna space him? I don't know.
it's kind of this other like layer of Severance, right? Because we've seen and again, it's like more and more. I'm sorry, I love layers and characters. That just makes me so happy. And so frankly, it's like a lot of the things, that's a lot of my love for everybody tonight, is the different layers that you bring into these characters. But like, we know that at some point Severance and the Harlock, there was a child, like and we've seen that flashback, right? And Severance had all of his memories returned, and still he's in this place of like spacing the kids.
It's still like,
And
He
yeah.
also remembers
it's
having
the-
lost his child,
Right.
right? Having teleported away instinctually with the Harlock. Because like they were in that cabin and the Zodani special forces were coming in to capture them.
Yeah, I forgot.
And in a panic, Severance grabbed Terrica and teleported away, but left the baby in the shack when all of the special forces then converged. So the baby was left.
Oh, that's so brutal. I forgot about that piece. But this is like, this is more of the layers that we see in Severance. And it's the drama part of me loves this so much, and the authenticity you play just makes it all ring true every single time. So thank you. It's fantastic. And Lindy, like, you embracing the moment of being in the theater and seeing everything, and then the true reaction of like Quint's true reaction. There were a couple of times that like I was tickled with the layers that we saw from Quint tonight, like the coughing and hearing about Duke Hendricks. There's this part of me that's like, but it like that moment of them sitting there and like seeing all of this, and then coming out of it and realizing, like, having the emotional connection into that was just so beautiful, because we see again like how important the cirque and dance and art is to Quint, and what it like means on a really deep level. And you did that while sick, so like bravo. And man, Trooper, the way you build a world and weave all of the tales together, right? Like Terrica's calling Lord Wrax, and you already have him coming to interrogate everybody. Well, I mean, interrogate's a strong word but like, to have that conversation with everybody. And then to have like the layer of him getting upset when Terrica like takes him to task for assuming what they are going to do with their life. And having him get all self-righteous was just like, yeah, all of a sudden you see this like older man who believes he knows exactly what is best and how things should operate. And if people would just listen to him, then everything would be fine. And it's just like I think that's the core of what my love is tonight, is really just these layers that we're seeing both within all of the characters in the world, and just the art and the skill of this group of people to kind of pull those layers back enough for you to see that it's not just the one you think it is. There's 10 more beneath that you don't even know about yet. You guys, like, I love you so much. And I constantly feel like I hone my craft just by being at the same table with you. So thank you.
I have things.
Oh, shoot.
But
you can find me
yeah.
places. Sorry.
Yes.
You can,
what are the places?
You can find me in shows.
Where can we find
you? Can find me in shows.
What shows?
If you're here tomorrow night, you can find me in I Saw You, which is a love comedy thing about missed connections. It has been so much fun. I ended up playing 2 leads last week, which was a lot. So hopefully just one this time. And you can also see me in Theater Sports, which is like theater, but also judging and a horn if things go horribly, horribly south. So, play for the horn. That's how I play.
Wah, wah. I'm going to read our tips and bits, and then I've got to give my love to you all, which includes me telling you gifts. So first, we got 100 bits in the beginning, at the top from Rissa, our mod. Thank you very much. Then we got 500 bits from Hawkeye, who, by the way, is a brilliant singer and sang this beautiful thing for us, saying, back in Drinax once again, what will the pirate do tonight? Does Big Daddy return? Does Uber Orbit Delivery Starbeam Chocolate Milk? Will Terrica's takeout order be to take out the assassin? Can Val treat Sue and himself? Only our Tagonists know for sure. So good. Stormbender gave us 100 bits and says, ooh, just in time. Here's to more loving family values. Absolutely. Other Doc, who is a joy to play with, donated 200 bits and says, these folks are all so good at consistently engaging RP. It's true. During the tense emotional scene, the tiniest glance, breath, or gesture destroys me. It's incredible. I mean, the subtlety. That's why this is I'm going to co-sign Lindy here, didn't say it, but has said it privately. That's why people, when you make overlays, big cam boxes. Don't make small cam boxes, big ones so we can see the face.
And not just squares or circles. You need shoulders and some gesture hands too.
Come on. That's your overlay tip for today. There you go. We got a 1,000 bits from Rissa. Thank you, Rissa. Who says, still looking at 2 funerals and a wedding. Should we make it 3 funerals? I mean, there are duels. Willen, who's our note taker and our sponsor. We have a spot for a sponsor spot on our Patreon. There's only 4 of them. And that is $200, which will pay for 4 players for 1 show for 1 week. And he is one of our sponsors, has been for quite some time, and he helps pay for this show. So thank you, Willen. And he takes the notes, which is good because of my brain. But Willen said, okay, wow, that was awesome. Love getting a better understanding of the palace. And this Val is Lord Hill thing, technically Lord Terrica, because now Val belongs to Terrica, basically. It's that's by the way, in case you all didn't know, Hill is not their last name. Lady Hill is her first name, and Lord Hill had some other name until he got married to Lady Hill, then he became Lord of Hill, basically, shortened to Lady Hill. He now is attached. Once a noble takes you in, you and a bunch of people get a bunch of stuff. Get married to a noble, you get a bunch of stuff. Names, privileges,
a moon,
immunities,
you're a gas giant.
all sorts of stuff. all sorts of things.
Hey,
A bodyguard.
congratulations.
Bodyguards.
Yeah.
Ruby. So anyhow,
You get Ruby. Yeah.
you get Ruby. And then we got 100 bits in from Stormbinder, who says, "You are so talented and fun to watch. Thanks again for another kick-ass episode." Thank you, Stormbinder. So, I'm whatever. Love first. So, here's what happens. I spend a lot of Greg said that he appreciates that I'm like very consistent with my characters. I don't like cheat, and I do that for a reason. There was a tweet about how like somebody was like, "I don't want my GMs to be neutral referees. I think that's really bad." Whatever. So the thing is, it's really important for me that I am in that way. I'm personally a fan of all the players, but I want you to know that if there's a character out there, I'm going to know who they are, and I'm going to be consistent about it, so that if you want to manipulate them, then you know how to do it. I'm not going to cheat. Like Lord Wrax is a particular kind of person. Sadly for him, he just came from he had a really hard conversation before he came to the ship. That was an argument that didn't go well for him, so he's a little bit on edge. And I knew that. I was like, he had a whole conversation that did not go the way he wanted, and he's very frustrated. But I know who they are, and I know what they're about, and I know what they know and what they don't know, so that if you want to take advantage of that, then you can. And I would never weasel. Like that's one of the most important things for me, is that I try to make these characters super honest and who they are, so that if once you figure out who they are, then well then, you know what I mean? Then you can do what you're going to do. But a moment for me with Greg, since we're on Greg, is two things. One, I love the idea, when somebody sees their dad as this like immensely powerful, dangerous, all sort of person, right? And Ruby has a lot of power on Asim. And he has enough power that he was able to not get deposed when the Foundation got deposed. He's a survivor. He's very powerful. And he's got some things that Val doesn't even know about, which Val may or may not find about. I bet she will. It'll be fine. But
Terrifying.
But for all of the egalitarianism on Drinax, they're only egalitarian because everybody there is a noble. They just don't. That's not how they treat non-nobles, right? It's just that everybody there is a noble, so you don't see it. And why Ruby can never be what he wants to be if he's not a noble. He can't be. He can never be that what he wants unless he gets nobility. And now he has, except that he doesn't know and he hasn't announced it. It's not official. But I mean, like, he's now set up to get exactly what he wanted, which will help him a whole bunch, because there are a bunch of there's some kind of weird laws on Asim that he's not really excited about. But once he gets what he wants, it'll be great. And maybe he won't even need Val anymore. Anyhow, so I'm really, I want to say, I just love that moment where like the son or the child can see their parent in this slightly different context, right? Like the parent looms so large in the home, but then they're like, oh wait, that like mega rich billionaire doesn't actually care about my dad. Oh, wait a minute. My dad may not be as, my dad may have clay feet, you know what I mean? Like in this context. So there was like something beautiful about that. I was really happy for that moment. But I also want to thank Greg for a secret. Everybody here has done it. Everybody here in this cast has done it. Everybody here in this cast has done really important world building things in various moments, sometimes just from small gestures, sometimes from large gestures. And Greg said to me, I want to be able to dance. Like, I want to be able to do like the noble dances, but like people wouldn't know it, but I want them to be able to do them. Like nobody knows it, but I want to be able to do it. I was like, okay. And I was like, okay, let me think about dances then. So I got to think about dances and thinking about, okay, what is the culture of dance? How does dance work with ritual? And of course, I had to think about King Louis XIV of France, the Sun King, who danced ballet. And ballet became really, really important in the court at that point in time. Like, and he would dance in the court, and like that became a really important marker. So I was thinking about ballet, voguing, breakdancing, flamenco, tango, all these dances that do all this really important social work, how you display who you are and who you aren't. And I was like, oh, well, obviously, this is part of their culture. And so this whole thing sort of spun about how this particular formality that comes through dance came from this moment when Val was like, yeah, I think I want him to be able to do these dances. And I was like, okay, but then that means that there are dialects of dance, there's ritual of dance, this is like, you're like, and how they, in the very beginning, the very first episode, second episode of the whole show, they kiss each other's fingertips, like as a greeting. They don't kiss hands, they kiss fingertips. So all these like little things about how their culture works. And so much of that happens because the player says to me, in this case, Greg is like, I want him to be able to dance these courtly dances that people would never expect him to be able to do because, you know, he's from a seam. And I was like, yes. And then boom. So I want to say thank you. Thank you for that. Lovely. And there'll be, hey, now I have a world with dance battles. Just going to point it out there. Just dance-offs.
Oh,
This is the world
Sweet.
of dance-offs.
right.
It is a thing.
Drinaxian dance.
Drinaxian dance-offs. It is, you know, just... then the next I want to go to Cord. Cord, I love all the characters. Every character gives me something else that I get to play with and think about what that means for the world. And when you talked about the dinner, the Drinaxian dinner, it was perfect. And I was like, this is exactly... And I'm going to tell you something. You said all that before I gave the description of the floating palace to Lindy, right? And it was exactly what it was. Like, did I know that before you started talking? No. When you started talking, did I know it? Yes. That was exactly what it was. It was this complicated thing. But what's really amazing, I think, for me, what I loved about Val was I was able to show the ways in which a parent can be this terror, but then the big man, but actually not so big to other people, right? It's like that classic bully who is not necessarily as big to people who are those other big folks. And then with Severance, I got to show and like pull out and see, and you got to get there, the ways in which he is this Vespexer, right? Which is a person who he fakes it till he makes it, but there is something quite valuable about him. And Lord Wrax is the only other admiral on the floating palace, right? He's in charge of the Star Guard, and now you are admiral. And there's a way in which Lord Wrax is like, this is a person who has insight and has done things, and I need to talk to them, right? Like there's a way in which a certain level of politics got to play out just by the way that you are. And it's not just a politics of well, now that you're part of the circle, now we care about you, but also that you have these other perspectives while still being Drinaxian, right? That I love that we get to see that even though you're a clone of some creepy person, you grew up on Drinax and you are Drinaxian and you have Drinaxian traditions. There's a reason why the Vespexer chieftain Galax face claimed Tina Turner from Beyond Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, right, advocates for you and why she gave you the title Baron in the first place. That there's an important cultural knowledge and value that Severance has, that the Vespexers see you as really important to them, right? And then people in the palace can see you as important that way as well. And what does it mean when Severance gets to be part of the old boys club, right? Like, I'm interested to see what that's going to look like for Severance.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think there's something about, well, if you're in, you're in. Like, I think there's a very matter-of-factness about a lot of, especially for Wrax, but for a lot of people, like, well, these are the rules because they don't have anything else but their traditions.
Yeah.
I mean, like, that's because everything else has been destroyed, right? And I think I actually really love Severance a lot right now, the way that Severance colors what it means to be in power or not, what the culture's like in different ways from other folks, especially Terrica, who's next on my list. So, Ari, my love for you is, I also, your world building, like each one of you has world built with me, right? The ways in which Cord has and Greg has, and of course with you, with the meanings of colors in Drinaxian culture, and little things where I was like, oh, I know what they say, like, oh, the sun has dimmed, right? I know that that's what they say now. I just know it because of the kinds of things that you've told me. You never said that, but the things you've said let me know this is what their culture does, right? The sun is dimmed, and then you touch where the brooch would be, right, when someone dies, and what you have brought, and the ways in which, because I was cheating. I was like, I'm gonna go and tell you the thing about the dance because I need it set up because I know what Greg told me. So sometimes I do that. Sometimes I'll share things partially, and the ways in which you're like, absolutely, and the ways in which you sort of embraced how the line between a curtsy and a bow and dance is sometimes quite thin, and the way that you embraced that, yes, and it and brought more into it and deepened it part of the thing. And I one of the things I love about Terrica is born and bred high noble. Like, that is just 100% true. Terrica may hate nobility, but Terrica is 100% the child of Lady Hill and also Lord of Hill, right? And we all see it sometimes. Like we see it it just comes out, right? There are these moments where it just comes out, and I don't know how Terrica feels about it, but I see it, and I don't know how other people feel about it, but I love it. I love it. And
I love
just
it.
the ways in which I love it. I know. I don't know if Terrica loves it, if Terrica knew, but like it's there.
It's okay. I love it.
You're muted, Ari.
Oh, I don't think they know. I have.
Yeah, I don't think they know either.
I know it's part of them, but I don't think that they recognize that it's nobility. I think they just are like, this is how you operate. You get bodyguards. You tell them to come and take care of people that are important to you, that you know are very
without
squishy.
asking for their consent.
Yeah, that's true.
Without
asking for anyone's consent. Like
Right,
you
right,
just show
exactly.
up with this stuff. Like you
That's
just
how you do things.
you
I ask for
call-
consent.
you don't call you don't put a call out for bodyguards. You call the head of the person who takes care of the Star Guard when you need to have a squad
Yeah.
brought to your place.
That's
And you expect them to
That's-
come and bring the squad. Like this is
Star Karen.
Star Karen.
But
Yeah.
it's deeper than that. Like, I just feel like their nobility is so deep within them, but they don't even recognize it, and I love that.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it so much. I also really I also just point of order. Lord Wrax, you can be like, oh, you know better, but Drinax is there are cultures today in this moment where personal autonomy is not the center of it, right? Like you do what your parents say, you do what your society, like if your village needs a doctor, you go become a doctor. You don't get to become a doctor. You don't get to do what you want. You do what the society needs. And this is a society of 50,000 people who are all dying, right? So like there's the idea that
Who
you
are
just
all
get to do what
nobles.
you want is who are
And
all
no one's
nobles.
doing anything except for the one
no.
noble who's a delivery driver.
No, the thing is they're all doing everything. And that's where the breakdown is, right? They're all nobles,
Right.
but they're nobles of nothing, and they all have to do all the shit work too,
That's
right?
true,
Because
yeah.
it just has to happen. Nobody cannot work here, right? So that noble's a delivery driver. That noble works on the hydroponics. And
Janitor, yeah.
That was my
Yeah,
favorite
it's
part.
just-
They were like, "Hi, I'm Duke so and so. I'm your Uber driver."
Yeah.
That was my
Yes,
fucking
that's what it is,
favorite.
right? Like,
Yep.
yeah, like, there's that viceroy who's also your Uber driver. Like, and that's just,
Yeah.
it's a very weird society that way, right? So being a noble is meaningless, but also means everything, but also means nothing, right? And that's kind of like that funness and that. Yeah,
It's just
and
really
I just
cool because
appreciate
it
it.
washes away class, even like
Yeah.
professional class. Like even being like, oh, a Uber driver versus, I don't know, a jockey, a horse jockey. I'm just trying to think of like
Sure.
two different like
But-
polar opposite professions. But like that washes all away when everyone is in the same high class.
And I'm
Yeah.
very much inspired by the reboot of Battlestar at this moment, right? That everyone's doing the jobs they did when the destruction happened.
I need
Because
to
like that's
rewatch
just kind of
that.
it now.
Yeah.
But all that utopia sort of falls apart the minute people from not here show up.
Yes.
Val, which is why I love Val so much, right? I love Val because Val shows the cracks in that kind of utopian egalitarianism that only works when only everybody is here. You know what I mean? So I just love that very much. Speaking of love, Lindy, for you, I must give you also love. My love for you is one. Of course, no, you don't get to escape. Of course, just when you just coughed when Duke Hendrick's name was dropped, I was like, I knew it was coming. I was so excited for when it would be the right moment. I loved that. But I also really loved the way in which Terrica went about to look at the place and then saw the beauty of its history and the connection to like their past. The way that you could see Drinax, but I also really appreciate the ways in which you allowed me to show particular kind of political tensions in Drinax that nobody who's Drinaxian would know because no one's going to say that out loud. The same way that many people did not know how terrible Lady Hill was because, you don't say that out loud. People are not going to talk about the fact that maybe they like the prince maybe a little bit better than they like the princess or whatever, right? They're not going to say that. Like, they are very polite on Drinax. A lot of protocol. And so you enable me to get out that there might be some larger political tensions, that are just lingering. And also want to thank Cord for getting y'all back to Drinax because there's so much politics. I was just waiting for you. It's like, oh, you're back. Oh, so good.
We're here. All part of the
So,
plan.
that's
Not at all.
All part of the plan.
Let's not. I thought we were
So
going to
that's-
stop here and keep going.
Oh no, I was like, thank God you're coming back because all of these things are happening because of y'all, and I can give you some stuff. So thank you. So
Thank
good.
you.
And
It was really awesome.
I want to thank the chat for being amazing. And I'm Trooper SJP. I've been the facilitator for this space. I have built up a whole bunch of stuff that is waiting for them. I can't wait for it all to happen. There are plans within plans, and I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen at all. But I do know that Ruby does not know about a bunch of stuff that just happened today because he's hanging out with Sue. So, thank you. I'm Trooper SJP. You can find me at all the places. You can find me next on Wednesday over at Laugh Love Lindy's channel. This is my next RPG at 8 p.m. for the finale of Reading Between the Lines, our Good Society campaign. And I want to thank chat. I want to thank everybody who donated. I want to thank all the mods for banning all the bots. And we're going to go with Rehearsal Dinner
Take that,
for our
bots.
title. Take that, bots.
Yeah.
And, oh, right. No,
Rehearsal
Praxis correct.
Dinner.
Sunday, actually, I'm doing a guest spot in Praxis Vampire of the Dark Ages campaign. And I have not yet had confirmed what time. I think 7. I will be the Prince of Aachen. And I know what clan I'm going to be. But come and watch over at Praxis. Praxis is doing this really cool Vampire Dark Ages campaign with like a great cast and doing really cool stuff. So you've got to come and watch that. That's on Sunday. And I think that's my week. Thank you, everybody, for being amazing. And catch you on the flip side, everybody. Bye.
Oh, yeah.